Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, I felt your pain today. Well,
I feel your pain.
not your actual pain, but I was eating popcorn in the studio, and I realized that I couldn't touch my computer with my hand that I was eating popcorn with. So I felt as if I had a mangled wrist.
It's the same thing for sure.
Yeah, it's totally the same thing. Oh, look at me stuffing my face with this delicious, salty, buttery popcorn. Oh, no, I can't use this hand anymore. Oh, I guess I'll just have some more delicious, buttery, salty popcorn.
That's hilarious. Was walking a mile in your shoes, John. That's all. Same
the popcorn doesn't taste as good as it used to, though.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I don't know why. It feels like maybe it's a different brand of popcorn. I don't know.
I don't think so.
Maybe it's a different brand.
Maybe it's just not made with the same amount of love.
Interesting.
Love and care.
Wow.
You know, it's interesting. There used to be a commercial on this radio station.
John, yes, I was thinking of the same thing.
That features a cuisine and the actor who was playing the person who was supposedly cooking the cuisine did a voice and an accent that triggered Nick to no end.
To no end.
Oh.
Yep. Yeah, it was a certain type of woman that was speaking, and Nick said,
"Yes, a certain."
It wasn't
type
the
of woman.
accent; it was the content of the commercial itself.
Fascinating, Nick.
I know how to write. I know how to write commercials. I'm very good at writing things.
Did you hear the story about yesterday and what happened with what young Nick did?
Well, I know what the result was because I saw him later.
So my wife put together a surprise party for me at Monolithic, and many of my running friends were there. Stibbs told me, he was like, I got there and it was just a bunch of running dorks.
He was by himself.
Stibbs was like, I'm out of here.
Yeah, but eventually coworkers and friends from the station and my family arrived as well. But Riss needed me to get there a little later than I was going to. It takes me about 15 minutes to get there from here. And so apparently she reached out to Nick and said, what did she say? Like, you
hold him.
She said, I need you to make Josh stay at the studio for like an extra 10 minutes after the show on this day.
And so Nick sends an email to John and I to do, Nick did a great job with the creativity of this.
Thank you.
He did.
We have something coming up in August that we will be going to, and it will be great for our listeners.
It will be.
Going to.
And so, John, you'll probably still be in Lincoln.
John, I'm so sorry.
And so,
see, I can't even do my air quotes. I mean, look how weak that looks. Look at how weak that looks.
John's hand looks like a claw machine.
It does. Well, I saw somebody did the, was it Scary Movie 1 or 2 with the hands where he puts it in my germs. That's John.
Yeah.
That's John now.
By the way, you know what this looks like? Remember the Connor? You won't get this because you probably don't like Star Wars. But the when Han and Princess Leia fly the Millennium Falcon into the asteroid, and that monster is in the hole.
The
rockworm.
That's what this kind of looks like. The rockworm, just like.
Oh, great reference, John.
All I need is a little Millennium Falcon.
How about this? Not Chance, because Chance is commenting. Otson, John, is seeing all 3 of the movies at that drive-in outside of Fremont tomorrow.
Oh,
how badass is that?
There's a drive-in outside of Fremont?
You didn't know about this?
He's going to sit in his car for 3 movies?
Yeah, and that's like 6.5 hours.
That is nuts.
But this isn't the original Fremont drive-in.
Well, I don't know.
I got it now.
I can't believe you don't know about this.
Hold on a second.
You do that. Well, let's get back to the story about yesterday.
Fremont drive-in.
He had to voice talk.
I forgot about that. Though he did respond in our little chat.
It is not
Fremont
the original
Drive-In.
Fremont Drive-In.
Hodson says it's not the OG, John. It's not the OG.
Well, now I just want to know where this is.
It's on the highway. It's on
Fremont Drive-In.
What's what's the highway that gets from Omaha to Lincoln? Like 29 or something?
No, it's not 29.
No, that's the interstate. I mean, there's
the one that is
275.
275.
No, 36. Yeah, I was thinking of a highway.
36.
Well, 36, but 36 connects to 275.
Dudes will just sit around naming numbers.
highways. So
I love
it's off of that.
The 64 is Maple Street, and it goes all the way out.
Okay, well, first of all, this isn't Fremont. It's Valley.
I said it's close to Fremont, John.
I thought
Western
you said it was.
Nebraska.
I thought you said it was in Fremont. I'm
No,
sorry. No,
yeah.
it's Valley. That's right. I've heard of this place.
Okay, yeah, I've
The
heard it's awesome.
Quasar.
Yeah, so
The
Hodson's seen
Quasar.
all the Star Wars.
That is crazy.
Go watch a Star
Which all
Wars.
of the Star Wars?
4, 5, and
The OG
6. Yeah.
The OGs.
How badass
He's
is
going to
that?
be out by the Super Doppler. Is that still
did
out
I
there?
Did I just dox Odson for the weekend? I'm
Yeah.
sorry, Josh.
Yeah, people are doing that, doxing.
Crap. I'm sorry, Josh. Maybe he wasn't supposed to know. Okay,
So Nick's thing.
So Nick,
Okay.
so she tells him to
Oh
kill
my
time.
God, yeah, I know where this is.
So Nick sends an email that was like, "Hey, I need you guys to do a spec spot for this trip that we're going to go on. Can you record this
Pretty
ad?"
good, Nick.
But he's like,
It was John's idea.
I
the
need
spec spot.
I need both of your voices in it. And so I was like, "Yeah, sure. I'll just go record my half, and then we can edit in John's
You're
voice
always
later."
about getting out here the fastest you possibly can.
Well, because
You're
friend,
packing up an hour before the show ends.
Well, my friend we were going to meet at the brewery.
I know it
and so
sounded like a great time.
I didn't want to leave him there without me. And so
Yeah, because he wouldn't have been lonely at all with all the beer that was there.
I can tell Nick is triggered. Like, I'm like, fine, John and I can record this after the show.
Thank you.
But apparently we still did it too fast. We recorded it too quickly.
We did? I thought we did a good enough job.
No, she
I was
wanted us
told
to
by
be-
the missus that we did a good enough job.
She told me later that we did it just enough time, but she originally wanted 10 minutes, and you were nodding at me, leaving at 6:03.
Yeah, we were out of here nice and quickly. It didn't take time. John and I are professionals. We record ads. We've done this many times. These are great spec spots, by the way.
I didn't think
Thank
about
you.
this
For nothing.
earlier.
Yeah,
they're
but
not going anywhere.
I should have excused myself, but Josh gets in studio ready to go, and I was like, "Oh, nature's calling," and just leave for like 2-3 minutes.
That would have been.
But
pretty
I didn't
funny.
think about that. I
That would've been
didn't.
pretty funny.
And it takes John extra long to go to the bathroom now.
I would have understood.
Yes, it does.
You want to tell Josh what the plan B was?
What's the plan B?
What was
Gonna
the
hit me
plan?
with
He
a
was
baseball bat?
gonna lie and say he had a doctor's appointment pop
yeah.
up tonight.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have to pre-record what's for dinner for tonight tomorrow.
Oh my God.
Wait, we would have had to do it yesterday for today,
Yes, that was Plan B.
even though we had the
Bad-
NBA guest
bad
that,
option.
that we will talk to live today.
Yep.
And you'll see video of us from home.
Yep.
Very cool.
Hmm.
Yeah. It worked great though. And I think only one person was there, like not for the surprise part. So it ended up working out really, really
I mean,
well.
I didn't show up for this.
It was
part.
definitely Nick.
Well, sorry, one of my running friends was not there.
Oh.
I didn't realize this because I saw her like right after I got there.
There
so
were
she must have
so
just mowed.
many running people.
There were a lot of running.
I asked Paige, I'm like, do you see any famous local runners around here? Because she's tight end. She's like, nobody I know.
Wow.
Yeah.
Tough look for the Exarban Athletic Club.
Josh
I
is
mean,
probably the most famous local runner.
I was gonna say Josh is probably the most famous
No,
local
there's
runner.
who's that endurance
Casey
runner?
Lichty.
She runs by our place.
Yeah, she now you guys don't know what this is, but she ran and won the most famous ultra marathon in America back in 2016, Western States. It's a 100-mile race. She won it, and she runs at Zorinsky. That's like
Whoa.
what she does.
It's-
She wasn't at the party last night?
I've never met her.
Well, you
I'm
got to
surprised
get
you never
Casey.
got her on the pod when the pod was still alive.
I have tried many times,
Mhm.
and it's always like yes, and then we just never
Just
schedule.
follow her on Strava and then
I follow Nick.
run next
She
to her. It's like,
follows
oh,
me.
funny seeing you here.
She has commented on my posts.
Here's how good of friends
Nice,
we all
Hudson.
are. Because your wife did a great job. She put all this together.
Shout out.
She did.
But she texted or messaged people individually and said, "Hey, we're having a party for Josh's 100th episode of his podcast. Please come. I'd like you to show up."
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm such a good person, Josh, that I didn't even care about what it was for. It was just like celebration for Josh. Why don't you show up? And I said, Great. But then I look back on it later and I go, what's this for again? It was for the 100th episode
I
of
thought
your
it was.
podcast.
I thought it was for the Boston Marathon.
I thought it was for that too.
No, I also thought that.
Yeah, because there was this random guy at the brewery last night. And he goes, "So what's going on here tonight?" I go, "Oh, there's a surprise party for me." He goes, "What about?" And I go, "Well, I ran Boston," and she goes, "No, this is about the podcast." And I said, "Oh, okay, it's about the podcast."
And when I left, I congratulated you on your podcast.
Yeah, thank you.
I mean, no offense to your podcast, but
yeah,
isn't running Boston, which you have to qualify for, more prestigious? I mean, any jackass can do a podcast.
That's true.
I can do. You know what? I can do 100 episodes of a running podcast. You want to hear the first one? Left.
There you wait.
Stay tuned for next week's episode. Right.
Hey, we're always looking for new podcasts under the NRG Media umbrella.
I should do this.
John doing the steps.
That would be pretty funny.
McMaster's got the 5 minutes.
Yep.
I've got 5 seconds.
How many steps do you think would typically be within a marathon?
For me?
Yeah. Sure.
Probably 30,000.
So John could release 30,000 episodes. Just
maybe more.
Covering
left,
the Boston
right,
Marathon.
Left, right.
Yeah.
That's when you reboot your running podcast. That's
maybe
what
that's
is.
what I'll do. It'd be a lot easier than the amount of work that I had to do.
No, Tibbs wants to know: is this famous runner the crazy lady with a perm?
No,
who almost runs sideways all over town?
I know who Tibbs is talking. I've seen this person. I know who Tibbs is talking. I don't know her name.
Is she on the trails?
I've seen her at Zarinsky. I'm pretty sure I know who Tibbs is talking about.
Why does Tibbs know about this?
That's a great question. I didn't realize Tibbs has ran before. She's quite the form. I know exactly who Tibbs is talking about. I've seen this woman.
I've never seen this person
at Zarinsky. I've seen her at Zarinsky. I don't run at Zarinsky very much.
That cake last night was delicious, by the way.
Oh crap! I was gonna pick it up. I have so much cake. I was gonna bring it to the office.
Where was that cake from? It was so good.
Costco. John, do you know the story? Okay, wait. You know what? Before
the cake story.
Costco.
Yes.
Costco.
The cake story is very funny.
Okay, I'm gonna put the photo into.
Well, apparently many people know about this woman.
All right, I need videos or pictures. I want to know what this is about.
About what?
So
the woman?
The sideways running
woman.
The sideways running woman.
That doesn't even
with
make
a perm.
sense to me. I can't imagine that. Sideways running. What does that mean?
All right, just a sec. I gotta get this photo uploaded because it was apparently my mother-in-law was like having a real bad time for a few moments with this cake situation. So let me get this uploaded.
Okay.
All right. Sorry. I'm getting...
Stib says I saw her running on 85th and Maple the other day. She just runs around town all day long.
Shout out.
That's crazy.
I bet she's in great shape.
She just runs all day long.
I mean, we've had, 4 or 5
Odson.
people communicate about this person in the chat.
Does Odson know this woman too?
I
gotta
know
be
this
the most
woman. I've
famous
seen her in
runner
every
in
part of town. She's, I want to say about 5'5". She has a perm. She does not move her arms when she runs.
This is
so
amazing.
It's a very distinct running style.
It definitely is.
She likes to run along the like main streets, but like on the sidewalk.
She's running for show.
For the clout?
She's running for clout.
All right.
You should do a bonus emergency pod and
talk to her.
Yeah, just on the street.
So John, there's the cake.
Thank you, Josh.
Thank you,
It's a
Odson.
cake.
Thanks, John.
Do you notice what it says on there?
Yeah, it says, congrats, Josh. It's got looks like you've graduated from high school.
Correct. So apparently Costco misunderstood the assignment, and because of that, they did this for 2 cakes.
Mm-hmm.
We got it for free.
Nice.
I don't know how much these cakes would have cost, but they ended up being $0.
There was both cakes?
Both cakes. There was a chocolate
so
and vanilla.
both cakes were identical.
Yeah,
Yes.
they both said congrats.
I think when you go to Costco, you actually have to buy 2 cakes.
Is that the rule?
You can't buy
Yeah.
because like the sleeves of bagels.
Uh-huh.
I always try to go up and buy the one sleeve of bagels, and I tell them, I don't care. I don't care that you're charging me for the 2 sets of bagels because it's 2 for 1, I guess, all the time.
For sure.
And they make me go back and get another sleeve of bagels from the Costco. I don't know what to do with all of those bagels.
Eat them. Eat the bagels.
Yeah, I mean, that is the
can't.
purpose.
I can't.
Yeah, but Connor's
Have
a
a-
bagel snob.
Connor, have a bagel party. That's all you got to do. Just have a bagel party.
A bagel party. Well, the last time I tried to eat one of those bagels, they're unsliced. And so I
That's right. You have to slice them yourself.
Sliced my finger, damn near sliced it
Duh!
off.
You need a bagel slicer.
Well,
it's
that
called
would
a
be-
knife.
Yeah, I used that and almost sliced my finger off.
Ouch.
You wouldn't do it with the bagel slicer.
Patrick says this woman, she'd run by my grade school, 69th
Nice.
and Blondo in the early 2000s. See her around Regency. See her out on like 168. Literally everywhere.
So there's a lot of people in this chat who know what we're talking about.
This is incredible.
How have I never seen this woman?
I mean, you just got into the running scene, Nick.
Yeah, but like I've lived in the city for a while.
Yeah,
I guess that's true.
It sounds like this person is everywhere. It's not like the people who are commenting on this are runners.
I guess that's true. Yeah. Maybe, I mean, Nick, you did just move into this part of town with your now fiance.
That's true.
I have lived here for my almost entire life.
That's true.
It's possible that I've seen this one, but I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, you were commuting to Lincoln for a spell.
Is this
Not very
worth
long.
trying to find this person and interview them?
Ooh.
I don't know. I don't know how good of a runner this
Welcome
person
them
is.
to. I don't care how good of a runner they are. It's,
Okay.
They're running
famous.
sideways, Josh.
Yeah, I guess
That's fun.
This is a very famous person.
Local celebrity.
By the way,
And they run everywhere.
John wants to know, what is the name of the lady that won the ultra marathon? I missed it, but I think you're talking about the neighbor of a friend of mine. Casey Lichtig is her name.
Mm-hmm.
Casey Lichtig.
Lichtig.
Yeah, she ran last year. She ran Western States. It was the 10th straight year, so she got her 1,000-mile belt buckle.
Paige also follows her on Strava, and
she's a beast.
Sometimes she'll just run in our neighborhood, like
Yeah.
she'll just pass our house.
Yeah,
I mean, judging by all the people in the comments, it sounds like Sideways Perm Running Lady is probably like 2,000 miles.
She's probably more famous than Casey Lichtig.
Do you think so? Poll question.
I
Who's more
think
famous?
so.
Perm
At least
lady
in
or
the,
Casey
at least in the
Lichtig?
chat section.
Uh-huh.
At least in the chat section.
This is pretty wild.
Huh.
Fascinating.
Josh says, I guarantee you've seen her in Northwest Omaha, and I don't guarantee much.
All right. Well,
See, and that's the other. I lived on 108th and Maple for
that's not
years.
Northwest.
No,
No, it's that's center.
I feel
That's
like
center of Omaha. That's Midtown now, basically.
What'd you say, 108th and Maple?
That's
Yeah.
not Northwest anymore.
That's Northwest Omaha.
You got to
Feels
hit at least
Northwest.
132nd to be west.
Northwest High School is at like 90th and
Yeah, but they would not name it that if they were opening it today.
what would they call it?
I don't know.
North
They'd
Central?
give it some goofy name, you know.
Yeah.
I've
View.
thought about that a lot. So, like in Millard, you know how they have Millard West, but what happens if they open another high school farther west than Millard West?
I mean, they did
Is
that.
it Millard West West?
They did that in Lincoln. Lincoln Southeast is like in the middle of the town.
Yes.
It's in the direct middle of the town. It used to be Southeast. It is not.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Nick. Now,
I mean, it's as close to the center of Lincoln as you can almost.
maybe
get.
they call it Millard West View. You know, they
Oh.
love adding view on the end
they
of
do.
things
View
now.
these days.
Yeah, they definitely do.
Maybe they could name it after Crazy Sideways Running Lady.
Maybe they
Oh,
could.
Millard, the sideways running lady.
Perm.
There's a town.
Millard Perm.
There's a town we went through in South Dakota. I don't remember the name of the town.
Yeah.
But their mascot is literally Smokey the Bear, and it was called the Rangers. And Smokey the Bear was their mascot. They just had that permission.
That's fun.
They had permission
Yeah.
to use Smokey Bear?
Smokey the Bear was their mascot, straight up.
I got to pay a little money for that.
National Park. Maybe it was inside a national park, and you just get the rights to that automatically.
Oh, that's fun.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah.
West Millard. West of Millard West would be called West Millard.
West Millard.
West
Oh.
Millard.
What if they just called it Western Nebraska High School?
Millard West West?
Now that I like that, John.
Western
Nebraska.
Western
Millard
Nebraska
West.
High School.
I like
the
that.
Panhandle starts here.
Mm-hmm. John wants to know, Nick has a fiance. What in the hell? Didn't he just get married? Man, that little bit that we did about Nick getting married I think people believed it.
So I do too.
Shout out us.
What's really funny about that is the same day of that wedding is the same day I went to Lincoln to get the ring. Like, pick it out.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Literally that same day.
And then John picked up the ring for Nick.
Yes. I appreciate that, John.
Can I
Thank
say
you.
this, Nick?
Yes.
I
have an opinion.
I sniffed this.
You sniffed it?
I sniffed this out because I said when I came in on Monday,
Careful where this is going.
I said Josh was in the office, and I think Alyssa was in the office, and I said Nick's on this vacation. This is a really like kind of uncommon thing. He doesn't really go on vacation very much. What are the chances he comes back from this an engaged man?
Wow.
Whoa.
You
called it.
Yeah. And then yesterday.
And then I was worried. Because yesterday
he didn't say any words.
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah, and so yesterday when I saw you at the brewery, I said, "Did you guys hear the news about Nick?" And Happer goes, "Did he get engaged?" And I saw, "Oh, you heard?" And he's like, "No, I guessed it." Amazing.
Incredible.
I have an
Stip
opinion.
says Connor is sniffing Nick's fiance's ring.
Exactly.
Wow.
I sniffed it
Yeah.
miles away.
Had to
All
smell
the
to
way
it.
from the Black Hills.
What's it smell like?
I bet it don't smell as good as this.
Where's the cube, John?
Yeah, John, where's the cube?
I've kind of ditched the cube.
Wow. How does your doctor feel about this?
Well, I mean, as long as it's elevated, I have my side table next to me, and I can still. I mean,
oh yeah, we wanted to talk about your new area.
Oh yeah, what's up with this, John?
Yeah, you moved.
I turned things around.
Okay,
is all I did because the old camera angle faced back towards the stairs and towards the kitchen.
Yeah,
and
this looks great.
This does look really good.
This is my corner.
Nobody puts John in the corner.
What's in that? Go John full screen.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's get a look here.
Let's see.
What's over your right shoulder?
This thing here?
Yeah, what is that?
That, my friends, is my replica Chicago Cubs World Series trophy inside
of a plastic box.
Yes.
If you have a replica trophy, do you need to put it in a display case? It's a replica.
Well, it makes it seem more real.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Nick.
Like I have to protect it because it's just like
John actually won the
$80 of cheap plastic. But
that's fair.
Yeah, so there's the ring behind it. It's hard to see because there's a bit of a glare, but attached to the back of the case is the stub from the World Series ticket, the Game 4.
Nice.
That we went to, and then a friend of mine, they make the replica World Series rings, and there's one of the rings is in there, so that's what that is.
Awesome.
Steve says your old lighting had a kind of Josh doing the ALS Ice Bucket Challenge vibes.
It did. Well, and sadly, I just gotten everything straightened out, and then the ring light that I bought several months ago got a short in it, and I had to.
You bought a ring light?
Yeah, I've had it. It's just a little ring light, and it sat on top of my other lamp here, and it shot backlight, and it worked really well. And then
I had no idea.
Wouldn't you know, won the pony. As soon as I get hurt and I really need it, it went bad. So I need to get another one. But got my that's my Ned Jarrett autographed hat.
Cool.
NASCAR Hall of Famer Ned Jarrett, father of Dale.
Yep.
Man Cave sign. The Creighton.
It looks like you stole that from a locker room.
Yes,
somewhere.
these were all in the locker room after the Elite Eight trip.
Yep.
To well, actually, no, this one was taken out of Denver. So as Creighton
before the Elite Eight,
before the Elite Eight. So that's where that came from. Finally got my on-air light.
Mine burned out.
Oh, really? You're on air too much.
See, and
I do.
You are. You're
that's
on
why
air
I canceled the podcast because it burned my.
I just got mine hung up in my office.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You got to turn that thing up. Whoa! Holy crap, John.
See that now? The problem is it's going to cause the camera to go into spastic fits. So.
Yeah, you need a new camera.
You do.
This is the one on this. New
you should use your
that I just got.
You should use your cell phone. That's what I do when I do pods at home.
I could. Yeah, I could do that.
Yeah.
I use my gizmo.
You have a.
love your. I'm gonna get a gizmo. I love that you're
get a gizmo. It's time.
I wish I had a gizmo last weekend.
Did something go wrong with his mic?
Yeah, you sound like you're
He
far
sounds
away.
way quieter.
Yeah.
Oh, I know what happened. Sorry.
So far away.
The cord got tangled up and it turned the knob down. The picture in the frame is from Wrigley Field. Would have been July 4th, 2015.
Wow, a lot of Cub stuff.
Hey, that was your birthday.
We went to Wrigley Field and
still in his 40s back then.
My wife ordered a customized birthday message on the new video boards.
Oh.
And so that's a picture from the team of the video board when they put the message up. And it says, "Happy birthday, John Bishop, love you, Sam and Christian."
Aww.
So that's the picture frame. And then above that is that's Christian. So in the COVID year, when all the teams were doing their cardboard cutouts to replace the real fans.
Oh, yeah.
We got one for the very first game at SoFi Stadium, Sunday Night Football.
Oh, during COVID?
Rams and Cowboys.
Yuck. That game sucked.
It was a great game.
No, it was horrible.
It was the best
I wonder
game.
who won.
They sent you the cutout?
Yeah, so his cutout was sitting in the end zone, and we got a picture of where it was, and then they sent us, after the game, they sent us the cutout.
Wow,
Oh, that's fun.
That's nice.
So there you go.
Those are smaller than I thought they would. For some reason, I thought the cutouts were bigger.
It's probably like 65% of life size.
Nice.
Remember when they were selling
might be close
cutouts?
Don't miss that season.
That was bad.
Yeah.
Is that a snowman?
LSD Will says that
Yes,
you should
that's
display
a Cub
your
snowman.
You should display your assassin lawn bag.
Is the cube going to go up on there when you're done with the cube?
Not a bad idea.
No, I think the cube's
Wall of random.
The cube is going to get deloused. Cube's probably going to have to go to a nuclear waste facility.
Oh, wow.
By the way, speaking of mowers,
so
we purchased a mower, and I picked it up on the way into the office.
Lib machine?
It's in your trunk right now?
It's in my trunk
In a
right
box?
now. It's in a big box. Nick?
Ego?
No,
Oh.
I couldn't believe it. I said, so did we get an electric? And she said, no. And I said, really? We
Good
didn't get a
take.
lib machine?
Good
She
take.
said this one is more powerful. And so we
Good.
have
our
take.
lib machine
We
is
have
pretty
this.
powerful. We have a good lib machine.
Oh,
Yeah.
a Toro.
Is that good? I don't know.
Yeah,
She
Toro's
did all
good.
the research.
Toro's classic. It's
Awesome.
good.
Toro, that's what I have. So good luck on
The
good luck
murder
with
bag.
Good
Oh,
luck with the
God.
bag.
I see it right here on the
Behind
photo.
bag.
John, how long is it going to take us to put this thing together?
Like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's easy. It's quick.
yeah,
Awesome.
because it'll be I'm guessing it's folded up. You just
You'll just have to put the
you just unfold the handle, and if it's just like my Toro, it's really easy.
Screw it.
So I don't have to
Yeah.
screw the wheels on. So the
No.
bottom portion's going to
It's
be put
already on
together.
there.
Yeah.
It's already there. Yeah, you're basically.
Sweet.
It's going to be more of a pain in the ass to unpack it with all the crap in there. You know, the packing material.
I
Now-
asked my friend to help me unload it from the vehicle because I imagine it'll be pretty heavy when I get home tonight.
You're going to have to get ready to learn about fuel mixtures and oil and air filters.
I don't want
No,
to.
you
Just put gas in there.
Cycle. You just put gas.
Yeah, you just put gas in it, Nick.
I don't know if it was a 2-cycle or not.
I don't know what any of these words mean, but I just need gas.
Well, if you're like John, you're hosing it down.
We will not be hosing.
You need to keep it clean.
John, I bet you regret hosing your mower down
Yeah.
on Saturday.
No, the only thing I regret is being dumb enough not to put the bag further away, which I always did. Always.
Man.
And it's
Except
all
this one time.
God, that sucks.
Yep.
This one time of all the times.
That's so bad.
yeah.
Man, you had to pay dearly for your mistake.
Yeah.
I did.
One mistake.
Yeah.
It's like you were throwing a perfect game of life, and then you gave up one walk, and all of a sudden,
All of a sudden,
life ended.
8 runs later, I'm losing Game 7 of the World
And
Series.
you have a smelly cube next to you.
I got a smelly cube. No, smelly cube is upstairs.
Yeah.
You need the cube, John. Wear the cube.
I'm going to email your
No,
doctor.
I'm
the
I'm
doctor
done with
wants you to cube it up.
Mhm.
No, as long as I keep it elevated, I'm fine.
You got to put Cubert on your arm.
In fact, that
Cubey
reminds me,
McCube face.
I need to go get another pillow. One more pillow.
You know, you wouldn't need a pillow if you had the cube.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't want
Just
the cube 'cause I
Febreze
hate
it,
the
John.
smell.
Just spray
Yeah.
it with Febreze.
La 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 la.
Yeah, just do that. It'll smell a whole lot better.
No, it won't.
You know what the smell of Febreze reminds me of? Cat pee.
Yeah.
Just think of
Yeah.
trying to hide the smell of urine.
It's
From
like
cats.
my Lysol all smells like vomit.
Because, yeah, you're cleaning up crap.
But that seems really specific to you.
My
Josh.
grandparents' cat peed in my shoes, and I didn't realize it until I got home, and
They
suddenly my
Febrezed it?
bedroom smelled like pee. My mom was like, "What is going on in your bedroom?"
I think
Nothing, Mom.
I think cat pee is the stinkiest pee out of all the animals.
You think
I
so?
hate cat pee.
It's nasty, man.
It's the
Oh,
worst.
man. I had to clean out a cat house once.
Mm.
There was
Yeah, I remember the cat house.
it was bad in there. You remember the cat house?
You told us the cat
yeah,
house.
on Farnham.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there was just cats living in there.
Ugh.
I think I would rather have done what I had to do to that one poor cat than clean the cat house.
What did you do?
So when I was working at the truck stop,
Uh-oh.
when I was in high school,
Yeah?
we had this, she was a crazy cat lady. She lived out on a farm. She would always come in and this is back in the days where people would pump the gas for you, right? Full
Mhm.
service, or we called it, I don't remember. It wasn't full service.
We just called it service
Well,
back in
I
our
should have
day.
called it full service because she asked me to check her the oil. And it was like a really cold day. It was like 10 below type stuff. And she had one of these old, like Dodge Plymouth,
Model
huge early 1970s car. And open the hood. And I go in to reach for the dipstick. And looking up at me with dead eyes is a cat.
Oh, meaning it was dead?
The cat, who was looking for warmth, crawled into the engine compartment and basically stuck itself to the side of the engine block.
Mhm.
Sure.
Yikes.
And froze to death there because eventually, the car wasn't going to stay warm forever. And I walk in.
Oh
I
no.
said, you have a car. You have a cat. dead inside your car engine.
Oh my god!
That's how you break the news to this poor woman.
Well,
And
it's the only way.
well,
to do
I mean,
it.
she's a farm person.
Rip
I mean,
the Band-Aid.
there's like 18 cats on this farm, and she said, "Well, you gonna get rid of it?" And I'm like, "What?" So yeah, I had to pry this
The
dead
frozen
cat.
cat.
Oh.
Yeah.
Fried pussycat,
Ugh.
in the words of Cousin Eddie.
in
Yeah, I love-
10 degree below zero weather.
I love the first couple comments. Stibbs said, "Wait, did John murder a cat in the Headley? I think he peed on it." Stibbs.
I really thought that's where it was going.
John was going to tell us
John
about.
accidentally murdered a cat once.
No,
I went to
had
go check the dipstick, and it was actually a cattail.
Oh wow, that would have been pretty wild.
Looks like you have plenty of oil. Oh, that's not oil.
So where do the cats come from? Because this is a thing, like on
Where do
farms.
cats come
Yo,
from?
Where do
cats just show.
The cats just show up.
Well,
My
Connor,
dad has 2
there's
cats
a mama
now.
cat and there's a daddy cat.
When a
and
cat
they-
loves another cat.
But my grandparents lived on a farm, and you go out in their shop, and I'm like, "Hey, Grandpa, did you know that there's a bunch of cats in here?" And he was like, "Oh yeah, they're just there."
Yeah, farm cats just show up.
Yeah.
You ever hear of the cat distribution system?
No.
So it's this theory where if somebody, the universe basically gives you a cat, and then it's just your cat forever. And it doesn't matter how it happens. It's just if you come across a cat, it's the universe telling you, here's your cat.
So if I walked by a cat tonight, I'd have to take over that cat.
Like if the cat comes up to you and starts like rubbing against your legs and stuff,
Ugh.
you were chosen.
Bummer.
The cat distribution system picked Josh.
I've never heard about this.
Yeah.
I did have quite the moment when because I borrowed my parents' vehicle because I knew I could fit the mower in that when I got it today. And so I go over to my parents' house, and my dad walks out, and a dog suddenly runs up onto their porch, and he goes, "Hey, how are you?" And I go, "Whose dog is that?" And he goes, "What do you mean this is Banks?" And I said, "No, it's not." He goes, "Are you sure?" Yeah, first of all, yes.
Oh,
I know
no.
there was a dog that it looked like Banks, though. He's like, "Are you sure this isn't Banks?" And just
Wow.
yeah, and it was a neighbor's dog, and it had been just running around. The dog loved my dad.
You call them fake Banks.
Yeah.
So the
oh,
people in the YouTube comment are talking about how cats like mice. So I guess my question is then, if I just like built a farm in the middle of, like I built a shop in the middle of nowhere,
Mhm.
how long would it take for the cats to show up?
I
Good
mean,
question.
the first question is how long would it take for the mice to show
Yeah,
up?
and then how long would it take for the cats to show
I don't know.
up?
So my dad, he hasn't had cats for years. The last time I remember having cats, I was 7. But then I went back to my dad's a couple weeks ago, and he just has 2 cats now. So I don't know.
They're just there.
They're just there. They just show up.
Ty says 2 seconds. Well,
What comes first, the cats or sideways running lady running by your
Oh, excellent question.
why is she
Nice callback, John.
full
That's a great
circle?
comeback.
Nice callback,
Callback.
John. Second Banks is hit the Peterson.
They
family.
may be there already, the cat.
Yeah,
If
that's
you
true.
build it, they will come.
They whoa, nice line, Nick.
Nice.
The cats, what the cats do is they hang out at the Starbucks, and they read the paper because someone's got to read the paper, and they're like, "Hey, I see there's another property. Another property has been sold out there on 268th Street.
Yeah.
Let's,
I
let's
was-
head that way."
I was kind of thinking the murder snail situation. It just
Mm.
how long does it take for them to get there, the word to get out? About
Well,
where
be
they
careful,
are?
Happer, because if you have a bunch of cats on your farm, then it's going to attract a bunch of dogs.
Really?
Will it?
I mean, no, it's just, cats go after mice, dogs go after cats.
Nice.
See, I don't think that's not true though. My dog is absolutely petrified of our cat.
That's hilarious.
That is really
I
funny.
think a lot of I actually think that's the way the cats are usually more pissy about it than the dogs are.
Oh yeah.
The dog just wants to play,
Yeah.
but the cat's like, get the hell out of
I don't know what would happen if Banks saw a cat. If like a cat was suddenly in our living room, how Banks would react. Probably not well. I don't think
Yeah.
he'd react very well.
Well, why don't you take Banks to Connor's new farm and you can find out.
Let's find out
It's
together.
basically the experimental farm. What you could ask all the questions that you've ever wanted to know.
I can't wait to find out what's going on at this farm. Are you going to milk the cows?
I'm basically
Greg.
I'm basically
Have
the
you ever
new
milked Happer?
I'm basically the new host of Mythbusters. Give me a
Oh.
weird hat.
Oh, there
and
you
some
go.
glasses.
This could Nick. This could be on Zone TV.
We wanted to see how long would it take for random cats to show up at this farm.
Are you going to keep the beard, or are you going to get like a walrus mustache?
Yeah, walrus mustache. Yeah,
Did you
like
guys
that
see?
weird
We
guy.
recently passed 4,000 subscribers.
Hell yeah,
on
I've been
our
keeping an eye on it.
1620
Subscribe
The Zone.
Thank you,
YouTube
everybody.
page.
Thank you, subscribers.
Subscribe to any of the various podcasts and YouTube channels that are perpetrated by us.
Subscribe today.
1620 The Zone TV. We have a variety of content just waiting for you.
Yeah, go subscribe to everything.
1620 The Farm.
We should actually create a website and call it 1620 The Subscribe, and it's got all the links to the things you need to subscribe to.
That's like a link tree.
It is. We could just do a link tree.
We should make a link
or
tree.
1620 The Link Tree. I don't care what you call it.
These are great.
We should make one.
I like all of these ideas.
By the way, Ty asks, Connor,
Ty.
will you name your farm 1620 The Farm?
Yes, I think that's the only thing that we could do.
Hey, not to gas Nick up a little bit more, but the idea that he had John and I do was called 1620 The Road Trip. And I was like, wow, that sounds exactly like what we should call the thing that we're going to do later this
Which
year.
is why I called it that.
You did a very good job, Nick.
What a brilliantly written piece of copy.
Uh-huh.
Genius.
Though one of the sentences was a little long.
Yeah.
John read it, and I was like, wow, that sentence is long. There was many commas.
Well,
many commas.
I wanted to make it authentic because sometimes I get copy written by the upstairs.
Nice. He's really thinking about this on all levels.
You did. You went deep.
I needed you to believe it.
Deep
you know?
cover.
It really, honestly, I was like, wow, this is a really
can't
long
be
sentence.
That good.
It was,
and of course, Josh was so focused on doing a great job, he just blew right past it. I don't care. John has to read it, and I'm getting out of here.
well, here, let me,
We're not going to rewrite this thing.
I hear the copy?
I think I can read this one.
Well, we should play these spots.
I didn't edit them or do anything with them.
Perfect.
I mean, yeah.
Do we have them?
Yeah, I mean, they're in your
They're
folder,
in my folder
Nick.
Who
somewhere.
cares?
No, I realized,
I
John,
don't think we didn't swear, say anything
though,
bad off.
so I edited out the front, and I realized after I sent it to Nick that I did not edit out. At the very end, there are a few more words, no cuss words, but it is the marker that John and I are now done with recording this thing.
Okay.
So I think we should just hear the whole thing.
The whole thing,
This is
both
also-
of them?
This is also going to give away one of the plans that we have for this fall, but I think everybody
Kind of knows.
Everybody
One
knows.
of the plans
No,
we have
stop
for
it.
this
Am I
fall.
doing both of these?
Yeah, just play them back to back.
We're going to
There's like,
Kansas City.
I don't even think there was any. I think we just rolled right into them. All right,
All right,
here we go.
1620 The Zone and Big Red Travel are headed to Kansas City.
Join all of us on the Zone as we watch Nebraska take on Cincinnati at Arrowhead Stadium.
We'll do a roundtable, pregame shows, exclusive content, and, of course, Big Red Overreaction.
It's 1620 The Road Trip.
Brought to you by Big Red Travel and 1620 The Zone.
Nebraska is invading Kansas City, and so are we. Here's a long sentence.
You can join all of us on 1620 The Zone and Big Red Travel for the whole ride as we do pregame shows, watch the game, give you exclusive content, and of course, you, the most important voice of all, will join us for Big Red Overreaction.
It's 1620 The Road Trip with Big Red Travel and 1620 The Zone.
There you go.
Boom.
Boom shakalaka.
All right, have a good night. Bye,
All right,
John.
you too. We'll talk to you more.
I needed it to sound authentic.
You
Is
did a
Big
great
Red
job.
Travel
No.
exist? Okay.
As far as I know, that's fake.
All right. All right.
I didn't intentionally pick a real one.
Josh has a great idea, and he is the director of audio.
What's up?
Nick, we should just put these on all summer long. They should run in the PSA rotation.
Not a bad idea.
It's a great
Not a bad idea.
And then some guy who's running a mom and pop one desk business called Big Red Travel's like, how come I'm getting all these calls for this trip to Arrowhead Stadium? Ain't no one with any damn sense in the head wants to go to Arrowhead Stadium in August.
Yeah, the only place that I can find called Big Red Travel is a Big Red Travel Plaza, which is located in White Hill, Arkansas. It's an ATM.
Oh.
It's like a truck stop.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah, in my head, Big Red Travel is a shuttle company that'll help you get from one state to the next
Nick,
when
you
they're
did
away.
You did a great job.
I have the lore. I've world built.
For the next spec spot, it'll be Go Hawks Travel.
Oh, Nick.
What?
Boo. Yeah. So
Go
we'll
Hawks.
be there. We will be there. We will be at the game.
I won't.
Nick's going to Chicago.
I'm going to see My Chemical Romance.
Oh, my gosh.
And Devo.
And Devo.
They're still alive?
I think a lot of them are. At least a couple of them are alive.
As long as Mr. Devo is still alive, I guess Devo can still live. It's kind of like you can't have Van Halen anymore. There's no more Van Halen.
Yeah,
true.
He's dead.
All
Or
right.
at least the main one is.
Okay.
All right, Connor, have a great weekend.
Bye, Happer.
You too, John. Don't get any trouble out there.
No.
Oh, I won't. Literally going to be watching my family do yard work.
Oh my gosh.
And I'll be the one
It's like
out
the
there.
Squidward
I'll be like
SpongeBob meme.
It is.
I'll be like Lombardi. I'll be out there with my long trench coat saying, "What the hell is going on out here?
Awesome.
Nice. See you guys.
Nobody's mowing. Everyone's grabbing. Grab, grab, grab." All right.
Okay, bye.
Bye, Ever.
That's Crossover, brought to you by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha. It's One Beer Friday. Predictions is back. It's about as
New
normal a Friday as we've had in a long time on 1620 The Zone. Well, last night we had a couple of really good
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick.
It's a Friday. There's still a lot of things that are happening out there, and the story that broke late in the Grum yesterday is still rocking the Big Ten.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Wow, John, I didn't know my engagement announcement hit the Big Ten like that.
Oh, it definitely did, Nick.
Oh, go Hawks.
Well, your engagement, you have as many engagements as the Big Ten has college basketball national championships in this century.
Oh,
so
that's true.
You have that going for you.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take it.
Which is nice. But welcome to the Grum, brought to you by Union
Hello.
Bank and Trust, where your money has people. Need a little swig of Diet Coke here.
I like it.
I do too. It's good that we've made it to the end of the week.
Oh, yeah.
And going to have a lot of fun today because it is Friday. It is a One Beer Friday. I know it's cool. It's kind of still misty, rainy out there, but you know what's going to happen, don't you? We're going to go from what we've been going through to 95 like that.
Oh,
and then it's going to stay that way for 3 months.
Yeah, I saw that next weekend it looks like it's going to be in the low 80s. So I wonder if this is kind of the last bastion of, this kind of chillier part of spring.
The chilly spring, yeah.
Yeah, before we get it. And I'm excited. Look, next week it looks like it's going to be mid-70s to high 70s. That's going to be awesome.
That's nice.
I want to live in that time for a month. I
do too.
I would love for us to get to the College World Series, and it's like, all right, well, it got really hot, but at least we had a month of really perfect weather. Mm-hmm. I would love to get to that place. We'll see.
I would agree.
We'll see.
I would agree wholeheartedly.
Yeah, we'll see.
But it is time for the Grum Down. And again, the Grum Down, brought to you by the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard, is voice to text.
Oh,
Nice.
yeah.
Welcome back, voice to text.
Oh, yeah.
The voice to text does understand my attempt at punnery. The Brunson shines on New York.
Nice.
Trey Taylor's hat dance fallout. Yes, I know. Trey is spelled, but the way voice to text sees it, it's Trey.
Yeah.
Did Nebraska's new kicker also tease a different team?
Oh.
Nice.
Top 3. The new bit that I just came up with.
Oh, fun.
Top 3. Husker post-spring confidence.
Awesome.
We're going to look at things that we're most confident in after the spring and the 3 things that we're least confident in coming out of the spring. Why you laugh?
I saw just keep going. And
yeah, sorry.
There's one of these that is very funny.
Kent's Movie Club, Artificial Intelligence.
What a movie.
What a movie indeed.
Pop is gone.
Did Obama come back and ban pop now, too?
Thanks, Obama.
Remember when Michelle was taking away our big sodas?
Yeah. Josh.
Put it away, Tubby.
I was in high school when Michelle Obama was making her health rampage.
Oh, man. I could have Mountain Dew when I was in high school. Yeah,
because of Michelle Obama, they got rid of our pop vending machines, and they made us use sweet potato fries instead of normal fries.
Oh, that's gross.
And sweet potato tots. It doesn't have the structural integrity.
And people like the Obamas.
They
Why?
did.
Why?
I mean, I still like the Obamas.
Yeah, other reasons. Yeah, John, it had nothing to do with the food.
Food's like the most important thing. Without it, we die.
Well, hard to argue with that.
Yeah. Andrew Cayley, covers.com/NBA.
That is awesome. That is awesome. Voice to text very much struggled. Thought it was a whole URL.
Yeah, I got a little cocky today by using, for example, as you see under Kent's Movie Club, it actually has a colon.
Yeah.
When I said it to voice to text, I said Kent's Movie Club, artificial intelligence. It figured it out. It didn't figure it out with Andrew Cayley. Should be Andrew Cayley, covers.com/NBA.
See, whenever I feel like whenever I do voice to text, it types out the word colon.
Yeah, well,
or
it
period.
just did it there. Colon.
Aaron Judge going one way, Trout going to Illinois.
What on earth is this?
Once again, Aaron Judge, we all know he's going one way.
Uh-huh.
Mike Trout is going to the IL.
Oh, no.
Which then became Illinois. So congratulations, White Sox. You're getting Mike Trout. And for the first time in a month, predictions is back, folks.
Folks, Charles says, what are colon covers? I think that's what happens when you get into your 50s.
I thought that's how they check for colorectal cancer.
Colon covers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? That's going to be, Depends has had the market cornered for far too long.
It's time for colon covers?
It's time for colon covers.
Brought to you by Big Red Travel and 1620 The Zone. Douglas writes, I use Apple Voice to text all the time and have zero problems. Yeah, that definitely explains not only the bad takes, but just the bad typing from our friend.
People who use Apple probably don't have that big of a vocabulary, so it's probably pretty easy.
Nick, would you shut up with these words? Wow,
Nick.
Gets engaged, and now he's talking trash about his coworkers.
Nick,
Be a real shame
applause for you.
It'd be a real shame if you tripped over a bag this weekend, Nick.
I have a lib machine. I'm fine.
You don't have a bag for your
We
lib
do have
machine?
a bag for
Okay,
it.
so yeah, there you
but
go.
I started saying that before I thought about it fully.
Nice.
So yesterday during the happy hour, we learned of the commitment of Trey Taylor, the quarterback from the state of Illinois.
Yeah.
To Nebraska, 4-star commitment, class of 2027. So now Nebraska, the lineage appears to go from Raiola the elder to Raiola the junior,
Raiola
to TJ Lateef, to, or maybe it's Lateef in between, or maybe who knows.
Hey, don't
to
forget
Trey
about what's
Taylor.
his name, Jalen Gramstad, John.
I forgot about
Jalen
him.
Gramstad.
Gramstad's locked in as the number 2.
Yeah, well, he could be the future starter.
But then we found out how he actually made his commitment announcement, and he decided to go old school yesterday. Do we still have yesterday's video?
Yeah, we do. Do you want to watch the beginning
Yeah,
of it
let's
again?
watch that
All
because
right.
there was a fallout, as you might expect.
To make my decision that I've been waiting for since I was in 7th grade when I got my first offer. I'm going to stay home and go to Illinois.
TJ on using the old school Nebraska baseball jersey.
I like
Or
that jersey.
I shouldn't say old school, but the kind of made
The
it look old
cream.
school. Yeah,
Trey,
cream.
not TJ, by the way. Trey.
Not Trey. I said TJ. sorry.
Yeah.
So I compliment him on that, but he did the old switcheroo where it's like, I'm going to do this, and then throws it to the side. Well, wouldn't you know, people got ticked off.
Oh, they did indeed.
People got mad online.
Oh, indeed.
Now, I'll admit, I said yesterday, this is bad karma.
You said bad karma, but you didn't like tisk.
I wasn't mad. Now,
Don't put it on the internet that John was mad.
In a realistic sense, was it stupid? Yeah, it was. It was stupid. I mean, knowing that you're probably going to play Illinois, do you really want to start with all that? And he's from Illinois.
He is from Illinois, which seems to be a big reason why he upset many, many people there.
So the way he threw the Illinois hat, too.
Just like, as we said yesterday, the better tease is if he picks up both hats and he's doing the side-to-side thing. You know, if he's in the WWE, you know, they know how to drag out those freaking dramatic. He could have done that and then maybe started to gesture if he's putting on the Illinois hat and then put on the Nebraska hat. But instead, he puts it on. He says he's going to Illinois and then goes, psych.
Got him.
The folks got angry, and it led to an apology video.
I want to start this video off with saying thank you for all the support I've gotten today. But I did want to film this video to apologize to Illini Nation. Throwing the hat the way I did today during my commitment is not the way I want to be perceived. And, I know that was very disrespectful. And I really just want to get on here, and say that that's not who I am. That's not the way, I want to be known as. The moment got to me a little bit, and I just want to say sorry. But, I'm very grateful for all the support that Illini Nation has brought to me and the coaching staff.
Why did they do that outside of a bar and grill?
They were at dinner, and his parents were probably admonishing him for what happened.
Oh, probably. We're going to go outside.
You know what?
Right
Actually,
now,
Josh, you're not far off. I bet what happened was they're sitting around, they're having dinner, they're yucking it up, And then somebody was
His
on Twitter and
mentions were
said,
probably horrible the whole
his
day.
mentions were bad. Everything's coming out. And so someone said, we need to go outside and shoot a video and say how bad we feel for doing the wrong thing. And I bet that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, 100%.
Poll question. Which response best fills in the blank? Trey Taylor's Illinois tees / Husker hat dance move was blank. Funny?
Yes.
Stupid?
Also yes.
Bad karma? Or funny, stupid, and bad karma?
Nice.
Stupid is winning with 35%. Funny, stupid, and bad karma, 29%.
Nice.
Funny, the people who just thought it was the funniest thing they've seen, this side of Nate Benghazi, 27%, and bad karma, 9%.
Nice.
Like I said, I think it was it dumb? Yeah. Was it the worst thing I've ever perpetrated on society? Of course not.
No, yeah, my opinion is basically who cares? Who cares? Or I don't care. This could have fit very well into I don't care. I can't imagine getting actually mad about this thing. And yes, Daniel is right. If an Omaha kid did this to Nebraska fans would also be losing their minds. And I would also be admonishing them for losing their minds.
Yeah.
It's all so stupid. Also, I just can't believe how much that was old is now new yet again. Hats are back. ALS Ice Bucket Challenges are back.
By the way,
it's crazy.
Did you know that the quarterback that I guess this would be 2 years from now, and I think Altmaier's a senior, but Luke Altmaier, the current Illinois quarterback, did you see that he responded?
Mm-mm.
It's now a deleted X post.
Oh, no, I did hear about this, yes.
But the tweet was corn ball, no pun intended.
Wow.
So he's
going
accusing
after
of being
him, too.
cornball. Man, I wish Nebraska and Illinois played this year.
I know. How do you think our next guest is going to feel about this stuff?
I don't know, but we're going to find out.
Very rational, I'm sure.
Next. Jack Mitchell joins us for our Friday visit. 402-951-1620. I'm going to cheat. I'm going to do this a day early.
Whoa.
On the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline.
Let's go, baby. Welcome to the Zone family.
You can also hit us up, JTech Construction Zone Twitter page, where you can also vote in our poll question. John at 1620zone. I'm sorry, JTech Construction Zone Twitter is at USC 1620.
Yeah.
I'm ahead of myself because I'm so excited to talk about the Old Man Doug Equitable Banking Box, which is John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, Nick at 1620thezone.com, and next on 1620thezone.com, it's Jack at 1620thezone.com.
Nice.
On 1620 The Zone.
from Stephen Berries. Praying one day Big Red will win the NIT. Ham is the water of meats. Ham the water of meats. Ham is the water of
Now we have a battle of backdrops. My backdrop versus Jack's backdrop. Of course, Jack's got a bookcase, so he's trying to look smart, but how many of those books are like Green Eggs and Ham, Sam I Am?
He's got the Tom Osborne book behind him.
Which one? There was like 3 or 4.
Probably all of them. I got the complete box set.
I have some of his books around here somewhere. I don't do a very good job of containing my books. I just have boxes of books. I don't have a nice enough bookcase to do anything like that. But,
yeah, I like to take care of my books, I guess. That's how I feel.
Nice.
Feel like the son of a librarian, which I am, but I didn't do it well enough.
Sad.
So, how triggered are you by the triggered people triggered by Trey Taylor triggering Illinois?
Triggered.
Who are you asking me if I'm triggered by? The Illinois fans that are triggered by Trey Taylor? There's a lot of TR words.
Oh, okay, let's start at the beginning. What did you think of the old switcheroo?
Okay, first of all, didn't they always do that? Now that we're doing the hat thing again, that was relatively normal, wasn't it?
Oh, I don't know.
They would pick one up and act
normal. Maybe
do that all the time.
A third of them. Maybe a third of them.
Okay.
I don't know. I didn't keep track of all this. I don't want to make it sound like everyone did it, but there were people that did it. Sure.
It definitely happened in the past. We're so soft. Illinois is so soft. Bert and his team are so soft. Come on. We used to do this all the time. When we used to really care about recruiting, and we used to stay up all night before signing day and all of that, and you guys got great interviews with recruits the whole day long on 1620 The Zone, and you could have asked them all of the time, hey, you did a pump fake with your hat. What a funny, great move that no one got mad about, and they would tell you about it. Boy, those were the days, but now here we are. Everybody's triggered about everything, especially Illinois fans. Wow.
Listen, Jack, there's people still in Wayne that are triggered to this day that Troy Hassebrook turned down a scholarship at Wayne State to come and walk on at Nebraska, and he callously, chucked a Wayne State T-shirt out the window.
People forget this. He poured gasoline on it and just burned it right there in the Lincoln High gym. It was unbelievable. The Wayne people, it ran right off their back like the good people from Wayne, America. But I don't know. Like, recruits did do that, right? They did that pump fake thing.
They did.
I don't know.
I just thought it was weird that we're still doing the hat dance thing. I mean,
well, I know if you go back to it, that happens.
Came back in style at some point, but I don't know.
Whatever, man. But listen, you guys know my position on this. We need more disdain among conference rivals, not less. And so if a sophomore in high school can accidentally spark it up with a hat, then more power to him. I'm fine.
What if this is the thing that finally gets Big Ten rivalries going for Nebraska, Jack, is this weird hat video?
Listen, we need more of that, not less. Listen, there may be a point, Josh, at some point where I'm like, okay, they've gone too far. They're now in over bulletin board material, but Nebraska's got 10,000 miles to go before they get close to that.
Are you saying America needs more hate in its heart?
No, I'm saying Nebraska needs, I said Nebraska football and its fans need to be more willing to develop a college football disdain for their rivals, because that's what this sport is. And they need to quit. We're so self-loathing. We can't even dislike our opponents. Oh, I dislike our assistant coaches and our fans. And our play call. Come on.
Nice.
Get back to make disliking teams great again.
There you go. Put that on a t-shirt.
So
or
great
maybe
job,
a red
Trey.
hat.
Shout out, man.
Somewhat serious question, because you've gone on this tangent before about a lot of the reason why people turn away from trying to gin up this kind of dislike is because of the self-loathing. How much of it do you think is self-loathing by Nebraska fans who are ashamed of what they've become, their team has become, versus the old school, oh, we can't be rivals with them. They're not good enough for us. That's what Nebraska did to Colorado. They stiff-armed Colorado. They stiff-armed Kansas State.
It's a combination. Both of those things that you mentioned have combined to create this weenie situation that we're in.
I agree.
Right now. You're right. There's part of it that's like, I'll do something online and I'll make fun of, a mid-season game where Iowa scores 3 points and has 4 fumbles and they beat South Dakota State 5-2 or whatever. And
Can you be more specific?
I'll tweet something and I'll make fun of it. And then a Nebraska fan, not an Iowa fan. No, not the ones that wear black and gold. A Nebraska fan. In fact, multiple Nebraska fans will be in my replies and they'll say, well, maybe Nebraska could score some points too against them to make it better. Shut up. You should never say that. Even if you're right, you should never, ever, 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 ever do that. And until we stop that kind of crap, we are never going to get to where we need to be. Don't do it. Do
you think it's the fans holding the program back by being respectful of the opponents?
There's many. No, we're never going to make Nebraska football great again until we get over that mentality and we stop it. Maybe, are you factually right? I don't know, probably. But, you are about what happened in the past, but that's not important. That's not what fans do. I'll call a neutral analyst if I want that kind of information. That's not what you should be doing. And then, John, you're right. That's one part of it, the self-loathing. And then the second part of it is still like somehow they do that, but at the same time, they're like, well, this is not what it was with Oklahoma, right? And so I don't want to.
As Tom Chattel fires up another column.
I don't want it to, I don't want to imply, because until like somehow then they don't want to give that same team that these are sometimes the same people. They don't want to give that Iowa team that they're praising for having beaten Nebraska credit, because I don't even know why. Like, they're not good enough to be a rival either. It is the most asinine thing in this fan base, and I get it constantly from people. Anytime I have the gall as a Nebraska fan to say something negative that may not be, it may not be completely reasonable, right? And the fans on the other team might have a fact check for me. Fine, but please, can you stop this? Because guess what? College football fan bases, even ones that you think Auburn fans who have not done very well are doing this sort of things to themselves when they're talking about Alabama fans. Ain't no way. No way. There's no chance.
Katie says if Nebraska fans put the effort into hating Iowa that they do Creighton, they would have had a 9-win season in the last decade.
Katie that's an amazing point.
It's actually a really good point.
And guess what?
I'm still surprised, Jack, to this day, because we said it back in 2010 when this whole conference, the realignment thing hit us, was, oh man, that Iowa rivalry. The bigger concern was, can we get the people from central and western Nebraska to have the same kind of dislike for Iowa that we people in eastern Nebraska do, just because we've been living along the border with them and making fun of them and doing that kind of thing. Yeah. I am stunned. I know it's got its Black Friday designation, and some people, they got their trophy, their typical Big Ten, stupid ass trophy, but that it hasn't turned into something more. I thought it was the natural. Just put it up on a pedestal and let people just go after it.
Well, it's in part because Iowa's won all of them, and that's a part of it. And so you don't have it from one side, but then a big part of it too is how Nebraska fans have wanted to minimize it for a while. But Katie makes a great point, because Nebraska basketball fans don't do this with Creighton. They don't. And in fact, I am usually on the side of I get reprimanded by Nebraska fans for ever talking to John Bishop, for instance, right? Like for admitting he's a friend of mine, like that. That's where we're at on that one. And yet that does not ever transfer to football. And look, Have there been times when Creighton has owned Nebraska? Yeah, for sure. Not right now, though. Anyway,
No one's paying attention to baseball.
wait, it's 1-1 right now in this series this year.
Yeah, but the last, and you could say the same thing for basketball. I mean,
once again,
you have the recent. We have
here we go again. Creighton on a 0-game.
You're like Michael Bishop, 1998. Oh, we beat Nebraska once.
Oh, typical
Meanwhile,
Creighton.
Beat them 30 years in a row.
Nobody talks more crap on a 0-game winning streak against their rival than Creighton fans do. 0-game winning streak.
Look it up.
0-game baseball winning streak, 0-game basketball winning streak, and still Call me when you win. Call me when you win. Maybe it'll happen. Maybe it'll happen in a few weeks, John, or whenever it is next week. But right now,
Tuesday,
scoreboard.
Right? Week from Tuesday.
Scoreboard.
Right? I think it's a week from Tuesday.
Oh, week from Tuesday.
Oh, but we had a good Big East series, though. We just took Georgetown 2 out of 3. Forget it.
Meanwhile, you guys are sitting in 12th place in a crappy
scoreboard.
Big Ten.
There it is. Scoreboard.
Yeah, we got the scoreboard for 12 out of the last 15.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean
12 and 3.
Well, I can put arbitrary endpoints on anything, John. You know what it is? It is.
Well, sure. If you want to go back to the 1880s, you can remember it.
Listen, bragging rights is not some mathematical formula. It is the current ownership. It is the belt.
No, it's not. That's ridiculous. You don't get to make the rules on that.
Who has the belt? John, when the Intercontinental
Crazy.
Champion gets the belt, right? When the Honky Tonk Man got the Intercontinental Championship,
That's not Macho Man, Josh. You stay out of this.
Yeah, when the Honky Tonk Man got that, there wasn't someone who said, well, although you did win the last match to get the belt, keep in mind I've got 4 of the last 7 against you. That ain't how it works.
Championship belt. This is a championship belt. Fred Hoiberg ain't walking around town with no belt.
Bragging rights is a championship belt.
I don't know. I'm homebound right now. Maybe he is.
Dak Prescott has a winning record versus the Eagles. Suck on that, Philadelphia.
Bragging rights are literally a championship belt. That's what they are.
I disagree.
A traveling trophy.
That's fine.
Oh.
See,
wow.
What we just did there, kids, that's how you do it.
Yes.
So now you idiot Nebraska fans, and you know who I'm talking about, you need to get off your ass and start hating on Illinois. Because they hate on the quarterback that may not even end up enrolling here in the first place.
In 2032, Illinois is going to be mad at Nebraska. Oh, no. It'll be a 3rd down, and all the robot referees will be surrounding them. And Illinois and kids who are 9 now will have some extra motivation.
Hey, Jack, isn't that the best part? Put this on the long-term list. I bet this guy doesn't even play at Nebraska, and yet everyone's losing their mind over him.
Exactly. He'll probably end up going to Illinois. You know what?
Yes, 100% he will. He's going to do it as a make-good for throwing their hat on the floor yesterday.
Well, knowing the way this sport is going, Nebraska and Illinois are going to probably merge anyway at some point.
The Nebroy's kid is going to be
he's going to be the president. I mean, it's just going to be out of control.
Man, that guy was clairvoyant if that happens.
He saw the future.
Jack, what do you think of this? Amazing Daniel. Jack would be the worst one if Flores had done the exact same thing.
How can I explain it to you? It is not about consistency. It is not about a lack of hypocrisy. It is not about reasonableness. You've got
only about the last win.
You've got to get that out of your mind. Oh, but Jack, you would probably not be nice to. Of course I wouldn't. That's what this is. I can't believe this. I can't believe. Well, we should probably be consistent. If somebody else does that to us, I wouldn't like that. So. Listen, do that in 99.9 the rest of your life. Treat others how you would want them, treat others the way you would want to be treated, all of that stuff. Use reason, do all these things. Throw all that crap out the window when you're a fan. Be inconsistent, be partisan. I mean, all of those things.
Baptism by Fire says John thinks Nebraska fans are idiots. Noted. No, I was identifying the people.
The specific idiots is what you were saying.
Idiots.
Little fuel on the fire.
Remember
That's
that,
all right,
Nebraska
baptism
fans?
by fire. You and the other 18,000 people, actually, it's what, 16,000 people next year at Pinnacle Bank Arena.
Right.
Come get me. Come
Yeah.
get some.
Wait
I'll be down. I'll be down. I'm the guy in the bow tie who's sitting next to Jake Muehlheisen. That's me. Come get me.
Oh, wow. Look at that. John throwing fuel on the fire. Wait till Connor Essegian hears that. He's going to be furious.
Speaking of, I don't know if I don't know if this doesn't have to be a serious conversation, but speaking of voices of the Huskers, are you surprised we haven't heard anything about who is going to be the new voice of the Huskers? Yes.
Yeah.
Here we are. It's May 2nd.
Season's less than 4 months away.
Yeah, we'll have the Athlon and the Street and Smith on newsstands soon, I would think. So,
Yeah, and under the section where it says coach, offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, play-by-play voice,
Right.
it's going to be
It's going to be blank.
Yeah, I'm I guess a little. I don't claim to know all the inner workings of everything that's going on, but I'm sure, listen, it's also a really difficult position too, that the circumstances that got you here, obviously we all know that, and there's probably a little bit of level of kind of sensitivity to that too, I would think, in this whole thing.
Yeah.
So
yeah, because this is a different circumstance certainly than any other.
Yes.
But at the same time, and it's weird too, because, and I speak this because it's in my industry, but being the voice of a team, the impact now, it's more of a social media thing, when you show up on the videos and stuff like that. Back in the day when we were growing up, this was a huge news story, right?
Oh yeah.
When Pinnacle came along and they wanted to replace Pavelka, that was a big deal. When Bremser retired, it's like, who's going to replace him? It was, and now and I only say this because it kind of makes me sad. I'm surprised there's not more out there on this, because, as someone who grew up listening to games on the radio and is a radio broadcaster myself, I wish I knew more.
Do you think, John?
I wish there was more discourse out there about, man, this is what we need. We need to have someone like this. No, we need to have someone like this.
John,
I like those debates.
Do you think it's because of the circumstances that opened up the job? Like that is why there's not a whole lot of discourse around it? I think that is.
I think that's part of it. And I think that's part of probably why it's taking a while. I think what John's saying is right too. The reality is, look, we work in radio, guys, but I am never under the illusion, as people get mad at me for this, at my station or some of the people that I work with or talk to, but I rarely try and act like, okay, well, when I'm talking about a game and how people are going to consume it on the air on KLIN, it's always really hard for me to well, it's on TV, but make sure and listen to it on the radio, because listen, virtually nobody, if they can see moving pictures of a game, will not take that opportunity just so they can. Now, we'll figure things. We'll turn it down and turn up the radio. Yes, absolutely. And we've, John and I tried to maximize that happening as much as we could while we were there. But the bottom line is, for John and for me, we don't consume nearly as many games on radio alone as we did in the past. And that's, I think, a big part of it as well. And then the other, I think the other thing about it, John, why there isn't a ton of maybe debate and discord as well, is I think Greg did such a good job at play-by-play. And I still marvel at this. And I told him this before he passed away. But I remember other play-by-play guys, and, I'm not going to name any names, but man, there were raging debates of people saying they liked or didn't like them, like happened about all of us, right? In radio. That almost, if that happened about Greg, I hardly ever saw it.
He stabilized a position that for a couple of, well, I guess at the time he took over in 08, or 07. So for a decade plus had been very divisive.
Do you know how hard it is to do a job like he did and have so few people complain about it?
Yeah, seriously.
Like, we all do that job. I mean, and John, you do play-by-play, so you know that better than I do too. And I'm not saying people complain about you, but they probably do, right? Like, It's just, I mean, I do, but
Just
anyway,
those idiot Nebraska fans back there on fire.
But it's so different than the previous, you know, the previous guys who were there. To be frank,
Several years, yeah. I mean, even Pavelka, as much as he was loved, I heard his detractors. You know, I heard Bremser detractors.
Yeah,
you know, back in the day. So, but you're right. I mean, yeah, that was, and I think I said this when he passed. I don't remember, but if I didn't, I meant to. That I don't remember too many people who were so genuinely respected to the point where you nary heard a peep of criticism about them saying, man, I wish you would have done this better, or I wish you would be more like this.
Yes.
You never heard that about it.
It's unbelievable. And it's kind of odd. I remember saying this when he passed away, but you know, he was such a good person too, that that took up so much of the conversation, rightfully so, because he treated people so well. Like, we don't even talk about, had he been a jerk, I would still have said, yeah, but he did his job so well that everybody liked it. Right?
Yeah.
As a play-by-play guy, he legitimately did. And here's the thing, he was doing it. His first game was that Kansas game in 2007. And so that's how long he's been doing it since then. And so there's an entire generation, guys, an entire generation, more even, that has never really heard debates about a play-by-play guy.
No.
And so if you want to know at least part, in my mind, why there aren't people kind of speculate, like, they don't really know that there can be somebody who people might not love.
Yeah. Big shoes to fill for a variety of reasons.
Yeah, it is. It is. And I'll be curious to see, obviously, who it is or the types of people that are up for it. We've had a few comments. You know, obviously a lot of people think Lane would be great, and I think he would be great. Lane also has a really great gig.
Yes, he does.
And, you know, working with a Major League Baseball team, I'm not saying he couldn't do it, but it sounds like the position, they want to fill what Greg was doing. And remember, Greg was doing the show too. He was doing the nightly show
and baseball,
he was doing some other stuff, and baseball. So it would
and public appearances. People don't know about all the.
It wouldn't be. Yeah, it wouldn't be. You're going to swoop in and do 12, 13, 14 games a year and then buzz out. No, it's going to be more of a full time.
Greg used to sell for them, by the way, too. I mean,
oh yeah.
So
nuts. By the way, as we depart, and I mentioned Pavelka a moment ago.
Yeah.
I love my YouTube algorithm because it stumbled down a rabbit hole where now I have old Tom Osborne shows from the 90s hosted by Kent Pavelka.
Nice.
So I was watching the Iowa State one from 1994 the other night, a game that I went to, that I remember going to, as a matter of fact. So that was kind of a fun little rabbit hole.
Nice.
Seeing Kent there doing his, you know, with his porn stash and, you know.
By the way, there's a lot of us. There's a lot of people who's like dream. Oh, I'd love to be. You know, I used to always think that. Heck, the idea of being the play-by-play guy and everything that goes with that job. The hardest part of that job to me would be those coaches' shows after losses. I mean, the ones that they do now, they look brutal. The amount of times I saw Greg have to do those with Bo or with Frost.
Bo and Frost. Oh my god,
Bo and Frost after losses. I was just like, oh, I feel. I mean, like,
I guarantee you, when Greg made it, you know, up there to St. Peter and the pearly gates, and they looked down all of his lists and said, "Oh, you had to host the post-game show with Pelini and Frost. No more, please. Let the man in. Give him the VIP access and the key to the men's room." I guarantee you.
That they'll come in on the you guys all know what I'm talking about. Like, they'll come in on the camera shot at the beginning of those, and they'll both be looking at the camera, and the coach still has the clothes on from the game, like, because they record it shortly after the games. I mean,
when I was in college, I worked at Husker Vision as a sophomore in the dying days of it being the next morning. In the middle of the 2008 season, it went from a Sunday morning show to we are recording it on the field after the game show, no matter where they're at, because Bo hated doing it so much and he didn't want to wake up on a Sunday morning to put it together.
Yeah.
Good times.
By the way, as we part now, Dan into the Equitable Bank inbox says Mitchell is on a rare one. He's in rare form today.
Nice.
So
It's Friday, baby. This is Friday, Jack. You get me in a good mood. Only got half a show to do tonight because of Husker baseball.
Let's
I'm ready
go.
to go. It's almost the weekend.
And you remember that you had this interview, which is like that's improvement over a month ago. Yeah,
I did remember it. Yes.
Awesome. It's good stuff.
All right. Well, have a great weekend, and we'll catch up next Friday.
All right. See you guys later.
Bye, Jack.
Bye.
There he goes, Jack Mitchell, ladies and gentlemen, from our sister station KLIN. By the way, Nick didn't even pop in he's wearing the Jack Mitchell softball experience.
Yes, I am.
Uniform today.
I'm making my season debut on Sunday.
go.
Yeah, any thoughts, Jack?
Let's go.
I thought this was picture day when you guys go down to the Teresa Street Turd Works and take a picture outside of the sewage.
We're gonna be debuting our new unis on Sunday too. Very
Are
excited.
these your City Connect jerseys?
No, these are just slightly off. We will eventually get City Connects. These are nice though. These are nice. We work in our sponsor. Yes, it's very nice.
Awesome.
By the way, if Lincoln did have a major league team and had City Connects, the City Connects would just be a giant traffic light in the middle with the red light illuminated.
Nice.
All right, bye again.
Now we got to go. All right, we'll take a break. Come back. Kent's Movie Club still coming up and more. So please don't go anywhere. It's a Friday, One Beer Friday on 1620 The Zone. John into the Equitable Bank inbox writes, I was referring the Teresa Street Turd Works. That's the waste facility here in Lincoln where, the sewage ends up going to. I did a fair amount of work at the Teresa Street Turd Works at a past job. I would like to commend the students of UNL for the safe sex. Those things get strained out as part of the process.
Oh, congrats.
Good on you.
Congrats on the sex.
There's really no transition from that to this, but Pop has retired. Greg Popovich.
He has indeed.
Is stepping away from coaching. He will stick around in the front office. I did not realize when he joined the Spurs, not the original time, because the original time he was an assistant under Larry Brown. He went with Coach Nelson out to Golden State for a couple of years. Then when he came back, he was actually in the front office. He was the general manager. And he fired the head coach and put himself on the bench in 1996. I did not realize. I'd forgotten. Wow, it's been 30 years. I didn't realize that was his origin story.
Yeah. And a few years later, they land Tim Duncan in the lottery, and they win an NBA championship in the lockout shortened year, and off to the races they go. One of the most consistent teams for a decade and a half or so. They won
22 straight playoff appearances.
They won,
and they had 50 wins or more in 18 straight.
Yeah, and they won 5 titles. They played in, I think, one other NBA finals in that stretch, the famous Ray Allen shot finals against the Heat, where the Heat won in Game 6, and then they won in Game 7. But they got revenge on them the next year. Definitely over the last decade, they took a step back, and all of those kind of streaks came to an end. Of course, Tim Duncan retired. Kawhi Leonard, who I think that they thought would be the next guy in line, he ended up leaving. Or they traded him away, I guess, and here they are. Incredible consistency, man. An absolute incredible franchise, and what he was able to do for so many years in a league that is dominated by brands and markets and superstars not being quiet. They very much went against the grain over those years, especially when they were in their heyday, winning titles in 03 and 05 and 07. They were pretty incredible. Pretty incredible.
But, Pop, certainly, very opinionated, was a guy who was always good with a quote. His famous interviews on the sidelines, middle of games, would always be, interesting fodder. But just, a great, especially in a league where, and we talked about this yesterday, the NBA, it seems like every coach is born on a hot seat.
Yeah.
I mean, we just fired the head coach of the Nuggets
2 years,
a week before the playoffs start, when they're already in the field, and it was 2 years removed from a championship. A Greg Popovich. Now, sure, he was the GM at the time, so it certainly helped. But and a lot of this, he built all of this by time. So sadly, as we see with a lot of people who, dare I say, hung around too long, the end never ends up well.
No.
We saw it with Belichick. We're probably still seeing it with Belichick.
Oh, yeah.
But he had earned so much goodwill. He was such a presence in a league that really needed a coaching presence, in a league that's dominated by the stars. The NBA has always been good about marketing the stars, marketing the players. Whereas in other sports, in the NFL, it used to be really about the coaches,
Yeah.
And it was Landry and Noel and John Madden and Don Shula. I mean, you can go on and on. College football, college basketball, same thing. But in a sport that never, or at least hasn't probably in the last 30 or 40 years, really held the coaches up on a pedestal, here was the guy. Here was the one guy that kept the flame lit for the coach, and how important that individual was and how influential that he was. And so, did he hang on too long? Sure. He earned the right to do that. And only because of health is he really stepping aside?
That's the bummer, right? Is that he doesn't
is.
get to go out on his own terms, but in a
Right.
much different way than, a lot of coaches don't get to go out on their own terms. But for him to not get to go out because of health reasons is a real big bummer.
It's funny because I'm on his basketball reference page.
Oh, yeah, ridiculous.
And it shows the awards.
Mm-hmm.
And what's crazy? Guess how many times he was coach of the year?
Oh, I bet it's a super small number, like twice.
3 times.
Yeah. I bet the first time they won the title, I bet he was the coach of the year.
03.
Oh, so not 98-99. Interesting.
He was in 98-99. He earned coach of the month for April.
Wow. Interesting.
But yeah, he's coach of the year in 02-03.
That was when they won their second title.
And 13-14.
Interesting. 13-14 was their last title. I don't remember. What was the other one? 08-09? Is that what you said?
Yeah. No. 02-03, 11-12, 13-14.
11-12. Interesting. I remember that year. They were really good, and then the Thunder just like completely blitzed them in the Western Conference Finals in a surprise and made the NBA Finals. It was that team was amazing. Because, one of the knocks on them too, John, for years was and I was a part of this crowd, they were boring. They won in a way that wasn't it. And then suddenly they were a part of the early 3-point revolution, not as much as like the Warriors teams were, but they shot threes, but they're passing. They were a beautiful basketball team to watch in terms of the way that they moved the ball. They were very, very, very unselfish. And I remember that year because I hated the Spurs growing up. And I remember that 11-12 season thinking, wow, I kind of like the Spurs now. Like, at least I like watching them, which I couldn't really say a whole lot in the years before.
Some thought at one point that this might have opened the door to the first female head coach, permanent full-time head coach in NBA history, Becky Harmon. But
yes.
It's actually going to be Mitch Johnson, who has been on the bench and was acting as the interim coach while Pop has been recuperating.
Yeah.
But that's the direction that they're going to go in. And like I said, he's going to stay in the front office and hopefully gets to enjoy some level of retirement.
Yeah.
So, when you go at it this long, it is hard to break.
It really is. It really is.
Could we say that Pop went out to get a carton of milk?
Wow. Nick, he's a sick man. Wow. He's sick.
Sick people need milk too, Josh.
that is hard to argue.
That is true.
Yeah.
So congratulations to Greg Popovich.
Mm-hmm.
When we continue, we still have Kent's Movie Club around the corner, but it's time for the new bit. We'll see if this can last into the summer.
Oh,
well, there's no open for this. I will say that.
There's not an open yet. It's not an open yet. But the top 3, we're going to do Husker post-spring confidence and not so confidence.
Okay.
Next on 1620 The Zone. But right now, time to remind you that On the Line is here to help your favorite team and help you help your favorite team. Recruit and retain the best college athletes. You heard yesterday, we had Coach Mack on the Grum, and he talked about how important those relationships were and how people that have been willing to donate towards the NIL efforts have been towards rebuilding the Creighton roster. Well, here is your chance to be a part of that group. And with On the Line, you can do it in a very affordable but more fun and engaging way. Visit athleticsontheline.com. This Omaha-based company partners with all 3 major Nebraska Division I institutions, Creighton, Nebraska, and Omaha. Pick your favorite school, pick a sport, pick a metric. Wins, points, whatever is available. Then you attach a dollar figure, and for every time that metric hits, that will become your donation to your favorite school's official NIL collective. These are official partnerships, Nebraska-based folks helping Nebraska schools. So find out more and gamify your giving just in time for the new season, which is not that far away. Josh keeps telling me all the time. athleticsontheline.com. That's athleticsontheline.com. Hey, a reminder, the Mo Money Sweepstakes is going on right now. Your chance to win $5,000. All you have to do, find out more, go to 1620thezone.com. It's brought to you in part by Saul's Jewelry and Loan, the Mo Money Sweepstakes. Register today, 1620thezone.com. It's time for the segment, which doesn't have an open yet, but has an idea, and it's called Top 3.
Nice.
Where at any point, one of us can declare top 3.
Now, isn't the idea behind this that we spring it on us?
It can be. It can also be pre-planned like I did with this.
Okay.
Because I thought it might be nice as just a way to put a bow on spring football. And we all remember spring football from such hits as the Husker games. Anyway, we're going to do top 3 things we're most confident in about the football team coming out of spring ball. And we'll do a second top 3 things we're least confident in about the football team coming out of spring football.
Okay.
So where would you like to start?
Let's be negative, because then we can finish on a positive note before we talk to Kent Walgamont.
All right. What's your top 3?
Top 3 things that I am concerned about. I think that the first one that I would start with is running back room broadly. I'm a part of the Emmett Johnson hive. I'm excited for Emmett Johnson, but still the depth is not there. And we don't know if he would be able to handle the workload of a 12-game season. We did the numbers yesterday in terms of correlating what he did in the last 4, what it would mean like over 12 games. I think that would be an awesome season, but can he do that? We're going to find out. The second one would just be the defensive line. I know that there are a lot of people who will say, Josh, this is actually not as big of a concern for me. I'm pretty excited about the defensive line because it's a lot of new, young, exciting players. But, we knew what we had when we were watching Nebraska over the last few years with the defensive line group. It was good. It was veteran. It was big. And so this upcoming season for Nebraska, it's going to be a little greener and a little smaller. And so that would be one of them. And John, part of it, too, is that some players have left again in this room, but just special teams. It's maybe this is more of an incomplete than a true, big concern. But with I don't know, I just want to see the skill positions on that side of the ball work out, and they need to figure out the snapping issues. I think that it will be better, and that by the time the season rolls around, this won't be a concern. But I do need to see it before I'm really going to feel good about it.
All right, so top 3 things I'm least confident in. I labeled it as the overall health of the Husker running game. I think we know who the number 1 back is, but I don't know if Nebraska has a number 1 back. I like what I'm hearing about Emmett Johnson, but ask yourself this: what does Emmett Johnson do that's really high level?
Nothing. In terms of really high level, I don't think he does anything. He just
you can still be an effective and a good back if you do a lot of things okay or good, but I think it always helps if you have something you're really good at, dare I say elite at. So, and I don't mean to pick on Emmett, but let's face it, he's the one guy, the one known commodity.
Sure.
Everybody else, who knows? So the overall health of the Husker running game, that's my number 1 least confident thing. Number 2, I am least confident in that they have learned yet how to win. Now, this is more broad-based. Obviously, how you gonna tell anything from spring football, because we didn't get a chance to really see spring football. But, we've heard about the retooling of the roster and bringing in a lot of different players, new offensive linemen, new wide receivers, new guys, on the defensive side of the ball. But how confident am I that they have learned yet how to win?
Good question.
That's an answer we won't get until they actually learn how to win. And by that, I mean, obviously, closing out games like the Iowa game or like the Maryland game from a couple of years ago or the Illinois game from last year.
Yeah.
Those types of things. Number 3 thing I'm least confident in, that they will be ready if a major injury occurs, because they are at a couple of spots. We just mentioned running back, but also at quarterback. If a major injury occurs, are they going to be ready to pivot? Building that depth, that's what a good spring football is about. We'll see what they were able to do. But that right now, I would say I'm least confident in.
Okay.
Now, top 3 most confident things. Number 1, that Matt Rule is going to be feisty.
Oh,
there's a feistiness in Matt Rule. Almost, dare I say, a defiance. Obviously, he's a little confident. He's been breathing in his own fumes about year three.
Sniffing
But at
farts.
the same time, he's punching back and he's not afraid to say a few things. He's feisty. I'm very confident in that. Now, is that a good thing?
He's never been afraid to talk, really.
Is that a good thing, being feisty? Yeah, I think it is, because I think Nebraska is going to need a level of feistiness to maybe take care of the number 2 and number 3 things in my least confident ranking. Number 2, most confident in, the passing game is going to have some hum in it.
Dave Hum?
If this were 50 years ago, it would be a perfect way to describe the passing game. But no, I think this passing game is going to have some zip to it. I like the receivers that they've brought in. I think Dylan's going to take another step. I think the protection in front of him is going to be better. I think they have opened up his horizons a little bit. He has seen what happens if he just shows a little bit more mobility. That's all going to help things. The passing game is going to have some hum in it.
Okay.
And then finally, number 3, and this branches out to the news of the day. Did you know Nebraska has joined QAnon?
John.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, no, that's Kyle Kunanen. Sorry, I missed. Voice to text. Did it again.
Voice to text.
But Cal transfer kicker Kyle Kunanen.
Kyle QAnon?
I mean, if you look at it, it kind of looks like.
Well, this will be fun for the season. I can't wait for the key party. We'll have lots of fun. John, you can just tweet out the storm is coming every time he has a nice kick.
But the reason I mention this is I think special teams has been addressed, will continue to be addressed, and in the words of the great movie, The Outlaw Josie Wales, hell has come to breakfast. And hell, that would be the new special teams coordinator, Mike Eckler. I think it will be addressed. I'm not saying it's going to be great, but it is going to be noticeably better from top to bottom.
I like it. First one, things that I'm confident in. Nebraska has a grown-up calling plays on the offensive side of the ball for the first time since Tom Osborne. Best play caller that they've had on that side of the ball since Tom Osborne.
They've had adults there.
Yeah, they felt like children to me, John.
They have hair growing where hair doesn't normally grow.
Nice. But seriously, Dana Holgerson calling plays, best play caller, most I don't know. I am just so bullish on his ability to find the things that work and lean into them over the course of the season. Second thing, sticking with the offensive side of the ball, John, offensive line. I am buying in to improvement. You mentioned it in the first of your 3, how Matt Rule has talked about the team. I mean, what is one of the first things that he talked about? It was the offensive line. So I think that the offensive line is going to be better. And I think the third one is that for any concerns that I have about Tony White leaving, and I still do have them, it seems like the brain trust on the defensive side of the ball, at the very least, they're not going to have too many cooks in the kitchen anymore, which is funny because they did kind of bring in somebody to oversee it. But I think that they're all going to be on the same page now moving forward, and I don't think that we could say that about them last season.
There you go, our top 3. Coming up next, our top guy. Kent Wolgamont. It's the Friday Movie Club with Kent and this week's movie, AI, Artificial Intelligence. Next on 1620 The Zone.
Radio Free. Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edification, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Oh, Elkins Movie Club. It's Elkins Movie Club. Elkins Movie Club. It's Elkins Movie Club.
Hello, Kent. Welcome on Lincoln Journal Star.
Hello, my cat's down here looking at me like you are a complete weirdo. Moving my head.
That's all of us.
Well,
We're the
my
weird
dog
boys.
Wrigley is looking at me the exact same way.
Nice. Nice.
So-
Shout out
so
to the pets.
Is
Shout out
Wrigley?
to the pets.
Are you sure Wrigley's not looking at you like that because she's mistaking your cast for a big bone?
Nice. Yeah. Just really. Do you know the story about John Kent? Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
I have seen the X-rays or whatever. That's nice looking.
It don't smell too good though. Man, it's amazing how these things just can take off and start stinking the moment you put them on. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, that sucks.
I was looking up like cast disinfectants last night. and
Oh my
apparently-
gosh.
Wow.
Well, it's like apparently it's like really expensive, and of course you can't just take a can of Right Guard and spray it in there because it's not good for you, with the injury and all. But yeah, it's I don't know. We'll work something out. Either that, or I'm just gonna have to deal with it.
You're gonna have to deal with it
Just
for
deal
many
with it.
weeks. Many weeks.
Well, the movie this week, picked by Josh, AI, Artificial Intelligence, which is, 25 years old now, or pretty darn
Pretty close to it. Yeah, it came out in 2001.
Mhm.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That is nuts. The reason I picked this movie is there's this podcast, this movie pod called Blank Check, and they'd been doing a series recently on Steven Spielberg, and I'm trying to remember the last movie that they did. It was Schindler's List, but a few years ago they had done a series on like the later stage Steven Spielberg movies. And Kent, in the midst of this series, they did the top 5 ranking, and one of the hosts had this as his favorite Spielberg movie. And I realized I had never seen it before, and I was like, okay, well, I want to check this out. I know that it is atop a lot of people's list, which is interesting, and we can certainly talk about as we get going. I would say the plot is fairly, I don't know, kind of easy to explain, right? Like there's this robot kid who wants everybody to love him, and because he wants to be so loved, in a way, it makes him even creepier because he's a robot and he doesn't know how to love and he doesn't know how to be normal. He's a very strange little character played by Haley Joel Osment. Jude Law is in this movie. I thought Jude Law was going to be a human, just judging by, I don't know, a few photos that I had seen when I was a kid. And then I was like, wait, why the hell did I ever think that? Because he is maybe the most robotic of all the characters in a way.
Gigolo Joe?
Gigolo Joe. And so it's set in, in the 2200s, right? In the 23rd century?
Something like that.
Is that when it's set in? And so, yeah, that's it, right? That's the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Kent, I found this movie incredibly cold. In the backstory of this is pretty interesting, right? Where Kubrick had owned the rights. Stanley Kubrick had owned the rights for many, many years. He was never able to make it because technology never reached a point that he wanted it to or needed it to be at to do so. He eventually gave the rights off to Spielberg, and then once Kubrick passed away in 1999, that kind of kicked everything into high gear for Spielberg. I found this movie very cold, though, and I'm a little surprised that anyone would have it as the best Steven Spielberg movie of all time. I'll be honest.
Okay, you want to hear an even bigger number. The IndieWire, are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Ranked it as the #1 movie of the 2000s.
Wow, that is wild to me. That is absolutely crazy to me.
Really?
I wouldn't put it up there as the #1 movie of the 2000s, but I could see how you would rank it really pretty high in among the Spielberg pictures. And okay, I'm gonna kind of go full movie critic here. All right.
Yeah.
So
Why you're here.
What this really is it took a science fiction story about a robot that got abandoned, right? Meshed it with Pinocchio.
Yep. Yep.
It went to Kubrick, where it was going to have this cold, distant Kubrickian style, right? And then Spielberg didn't just take what came from Kubrick. He wrote the movie himself. And so so it's Pinocchio as sort of filtered through Kubrick to Spielberg. And it's by far the most intellectual of Spielberg's movies, because while it does exactly what Josh said plot-wise, it's raising these questions that are like continue to be resonant questions, about A, what makes you human, right?
Yeah.
And B, what is the relationship between humanity and technology? And the science fiction part of it is only the sort of framework to ask those questions, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the other thing that it did, watching it this time for me, and this I don't know, makes a difference in anybody ranking it now as opposed to, 25 years ago, is how much stuff they got right. Right?
For sure.
Get right. Starting with the flooding of the cities, right? All the coastlines have all flooded, and so the major cities are all flooded, and that is precisely what Neil deGrasse Tyson was here a couple weeks ago in Lincoln. I was part of an interview thing with him the week before that, and I was asking him about global warming, and he said if the ice sheets in Greenland and Antarctica, where the ice is on land, melt, the water will rise to the Statue of Liberty's elbow.
And that's pretty much where it was at in the movie, right?
Where it was in the movie.
Yeah.
Okay, how did they know this? But they also get this weird thing that we're all going through now, where there's this almost dread that comes with AI, but it's also pulling you in, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's that rub, and that runs through the whole movie. And the one thing that you need to really look at, and I think this movie you benefit if you watch it more than once, is even the sentimental parts, like that ending. If you start thinking about it for a little bit, isn't as sentimental as it appears. And it really gets to the question of, can that robot be a real boy? And why should we attach this emotion to a machine? What's the difference between that robot and the computers that we're all looking at? So all of that comes into that movie. That's why I think it is so highly regarded now. It may not have been so, right when it came out. And I also think that some of that ranking is also from this is the kind of movie that critics are going to really like, that may not be as instantly, this is great to the general audience.
Yeah, Kent, along those lines, like one of the guys on the pod said that he thought that it actually hurt the movie in the view of the public that it was directed by Spielberg because of our expectations and what we, like they said, if this would have been a David Lynch movie, people would have viewed it much differently, because it's like, yeah, David Lynch makes weird crap, so this makes a whole lot of sense.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
This was one where I was glad I went in with very little knowledge. I remember when the movie came out, I remember hearing about it. I remember, Haley Joel Osment and kind of the blank face. But I don't remember anything else. I had no idea it was a Spielberg movie.
Oh, really?
Until the final credit hit.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
I went into this as almost as blind as one could go in, and I'm glad I did for a lot of reasons, because it would have shaded my judgment if I would have gone in even with just the rudimentary knowledge of, hey, this is a Spielberg film and maybe Kubrick was involved. Because now, as you guys are talking this through and I'm going through some of the Wikipedia notes, it totally feels like if Stanley Kubrick and Steven Spielberg had a movie baby, this is what would pop out. Because you have the oddness, the weirdness, the coldness of Kubrick. And then on the Spielberg side, you have a lot of the same Spielberg tropes, things play out a little bit longer. At the beginning of the movie, I was convinced, because I didn't know where the storyline was going. I thought the whole story was going to be the robot, Haley Joel Osment, trying to worm its way into the lives of these parents. And that was going to be the entire film.
Yeah.
Now, and thank God it did change, because those two people would have drove me up the wall. The two parents. I mean,
and the kid too. The other kid sucked.
The kid, mm-hmm. But that's very Spielbergian, where you watch some of his other movies, and the parents usually end up being kind of the dim-witted ones, the ones that don't make the right choices. And just the fact that this woman who already knows that she has a kid who is invalid at the point, a real child who is invalid, can fall in love with this robot, or at least be so curious enough to want to activate it, to get it to feel so quickly because of a game of hide and seek that they played. That part drove me crazy. Why the father would bring this thing into the house in the first place, knowing that their kid was still alive, it was crazy in the first place. So you have all of that. Then, of course, it changes in the second act as, the robot now tries to, find its way back home. And that, of course, feels very Spielbergian. So it was an interesting movie. I wouldn't say I liked it a lot. It's certainly not my favorite Spielberg movie, but I'm glad I went into this a little blind, because it made the experience better for me, knowing that I didn't know what to expect. I wasn't sure exactly what I was going to expect from, moment to moment.
This was a bummer ass movie, man. This movie made me so sad.
Yeah?
Yeah. Because the questions it raises about humanity and technology, 100%. But I could not stop thinking about the only thing that this little robot boy wanted, who in all effect was a human boy.
Yeah.
He just wanted to find love and acceptance.
Yep.
And he never found it.
No.
He didn't have a single good moment throughout the entire movie, except maybe toward the end. But even that was a very fleeting experience. And it just makes you existential and sad. And even are we doing spoilers?
Yeah,
for
it's
this?
a 24-year-old movie.
Even when
movie, dude.
Listen, sometimes there's exceptions. But at the end, when the evolution of AI, or that amalgamation, because those weren't aliens, it was like,
I didn't realize that until after the movie.
Yeah, they weren't aliens.
Those were other little robots or whatever.
Yeah, it was like the evolution of robots, what they had turned into when they found him. Even they were like, there's nothing we can do for this kid.
Yeah.
Like he's there.
Yeah, he's like excited to get trapped at the bottom of the water because he could just look at, what in the world, man? Like, you're right. He wanted to be loved so much, but it made him unlovable because he was such a little creep.
See, and I don't even think it was him being a creep. I think it was just people not being accepting.
Well, he was also holding scissors to his mom's head. Like, he just didn't know what he was doing, though.
But none of that was on him. He was
robot.
He was doing that because he thought that it would get him loved and accepted, because his D-bag of a brother told him
he had a horrible brother.
And that kid was intentionally trying to get him deactivated.
And it worked.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Hey, the dude was going through a mental
what we're all talking about here is part of the point of that is anthropomorphizing the little robot. You're turning him into a person, and he's not. And that's part of the tension underlying in the movie, right?
Yeah.
So who cares whether he's gone through had a great emotional life? He doesn't have emotions. He's a robot. Right? I mean,
everything about him is artificial.
And man, Kent, how about the performance by Osment is like, obviously we all remember The Sixth Sense, right? Like all these years later, and that has the most famous line and stuff, but he plays that little creepy robot so well. Just the dead eyes.
He said he intentionally didn't blink during all of his scenes, just to make it even more creepy.
Standing there, all close to everybody. Yeah.
He is really good, and this movie sent me down about 5 rabbit holes. So thank you very much, whoever picked this. So then I went and looked. And after this movie, he just didn't do much because he grew up.
Yep.
And I mean, he still acted and stuff, but he's one of those kid actors that, puberty was the end, pretty much.
When he shows up, you're always like, that's Haley Joel Osment as an adult now in this show or in this movie.
His sister was in a lot of Disney Channel shows that I was watching growing up, and I don't think he really fully came back to the acting spotlight because Hollywood treated him so bad because he didn't look like what they wanted movie actors to look like.
Yeah.
But I don't think he fully really came back until he was in The Boys, right?
I remembered him before that. There was a show on HBO called Silicon Valley. And I remember him, but I think he was playing a version of himself. So I don't even think he was playing like a brand new character.
The stuff that he's done has been television.
Yeah, exactly.
So, so that was the one rabbit hole. And then the other one was the stuff we were talking about, Spielberg movie rankings. I mean, I saw that, and the interesting thing in that I found, some have it as high as number 1, and then there are people that have it. He's done 34 or 35 movies, depending on whether you want to count one that didn't ever play in theaters, that was just television only, and some of it have him as low as 17.
Interesting. That was such an interesting part of his career, Kent, because year or two later, Minority Report comes out, which is another movie that I watched in recent days. So
I like Minority Report.
In the early 90s, I mean, he has the greatest year of all time in 93, right? Where he has Jurassic Park and Schindler's List. So he has the box office success, and then he finally wins all of his awards. And after that, I mean, it's really like he can do whatever he wants to do. And so he makes some really fascinating movies. War of the Worlds comes out a few years later in the mid-aughts. And I mean, Kent, in a way, don't you think some people viewed him kind of as like a caricature of himself, where he is in a way going after the Hollywood system for what it's become, but that he helped create because of Jaws, a movie that we did last summer on the Movie Club. And so he has that, but he also has that sentimentality, a part of all of his movies that I know can kind of bug a lot of people as well, where he wants to lean into that. So it was it was a really interesting time in his career after this.
This was also because those were his post 9/11 movies. Okay.
Yeah.
You got to, I guess one of the ways to look at Spielberg is to look at what the era he's doing pictures about, right?
Yeah.
He's done a lot of World War II movies, or World War II-ish movies. He's done Cold War movies. He's done, right? And each one of them has a little different feel to it or tone to it that is what you're getting at. And these are Minority Report and War of the Worlds are post 9/11 movies. And so that's the thing that is kind of underlies that. And for me, I would put Minority Report, not Minority Report, that's not what we're talking about. Pretty high on the list. I mean, I don't know how you can not have Jaws and Close Encounters.
Would you have Jurassic Park up there?
Absolutely.
Schindler's List.
Raiders, Schindler's List.
Yeah.
Saving
Private Ryan.
Saving Private Ryan. This, I think, I don't know how you would not. Probably another of the Indiana Jones movies.
Yeah.
Pick whichever of the other two, not the last one, but the other two. You know, I mean, I'm just going through and seeing.
Well, Dwayne even mentions Catch Me If You Can was this era, and that is one of the more watchable movies he ever made in a series of watchable movies.
And so there you go. I mean, and so I think you got to put it in there, but I don't think you put it in there in the sort of crowd pleasing list.
Definitely not.
I think the lists are different lists.
Yeah, for sure.
Right. And crowd pleasing. Yeah.
Going back, and this is going to be a very weird transition.
Okay.
Kent mentioned 9/11 earlier.
Wow.
This movie, I believe, is the last film to portray the World Trade Center, the Twin Towers, before the attacks happened.
Interesting, yeah.
I believe you are 100% correct.
Chance. It's interesting. Because I noticed that when it was all, they showed it frozen.
Even though it comes out after 9/11.
Yeah.
But they'd probably done all the rendering, right, on the special
They
effects.
must have. It's interesting because most of those movies just took it out. Like Spider-Man is the famous one.
Sopranos took it out of the open at one point in time.
But I looked it up because I remember when they did the ice scene, I saw the World Trade Center there. I'm like, what year did this movie come out?
Yeah.
I think part of that was this was still early enough in the CGI era that all the backgrounds weren't CGI.
Never mind. It came out June 29th, 01. So
yeah,
obviously, yeah. So the towers were still standing. Yeah,
Fair enough.
My bad. Yeah, I thought it came out after.
I did too for some reason.
Yeah, this is an odd summer movie, Kent. This is not a summer typical Spielberg summer blockbuster by any means.
Let's watch the most depressing movie this summer, guys.
But it was the Spielberg name, and by that time, Spielberg blockbuster summer movie because he invented it.
Yeah, he did.
He basically invented it. You know, and the final rabbit hole that I went shooting down was to try to find my review of it.
Yeah.
And of course, it's not in our online like journalstar.com archive because that doesn't start until 2004.
Wow.
I am home and did not have my access to the previous one, but the things that I found that this thing got very mixed reviews and very few people gave it like 4-star, this is great movie. I gave it 4-star, this is great movie when it came out. But I wanted to know what I actually said about it, and I couldn't do that.
Oh, that sucks.
Rip.
Well, there it is, artificial intelligence, AI. It is right now on, it was on Paramount.
It
right?
sure
It literally left
and
on
on May 1st, it left. So I watched it.
Really?
Yeah, Nick DM'd us last night. Kent was like, the movie's not streaming anymore.
Yeah, I rented it. But
Yeah.
Pretty wild. Really? Because I watched it whatever day last weekend.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it must have got taken out.
I think I watched it on Monday or Tuesday night on Paramount Plus. Yeah. So just in the nick of time.
Well, next week, Nick, the pick is yours, and you kind of called it yesterday as we were discussing something completely different.
I did. It's one of my favorite movies and a movie that everybody should love, National Treasure.
It's available on Disney Plus.
Yes, it is. Or John's DVD collection.
Or yes, John found he has a DVD of this movie.
Yeah.
I think my mom
I have
does
not
somewhere
used my
too.
DVD player in many months.
Use the Xbox if it doesn't work.
Yeah, I can't wait to see if it works for you, John.
The only reason I bought the DVD player because it had the MLB TV app in it.
Wow.
And my TV did not have MLB TV built into it. So before I got my Roku, I would watch the Cub games using the DVD player's app.
Awesome.
Incredible.
You truly have a sickness if you went that
Look at his background, Kent.
Yeah.
I see it.
My replica World Series trophy from that blessed year of 2016.
Somehow almost a decade ago already, John. Soon it'll be 30 years just like it's been for my Cowboys.
Well, and that'll mean the Cowboys.
It's counting for your Cowboys, my friend.
What was that, Kent?
I said it's 30 years and counting.
All right, let's settle down, Kent. What's the Raiders' year? Is it 50 now for the Raiders?
I don't know.
41, I think.
41, I think.
Does the Dolphins have all you beat?
Yes, the Dolphins last one in 73.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Fins up.
52 years for the Dolphins.
Yeah, fins up all right. They're just sticking straight up.
They're at the bottom of the ocean with Haley Joe Osment.
With the robot.
Well, Kent, enjoy the rest of the NBA playoffs. You won't have to stress about the Lakers anymore, but I'm sure there's still other great basketball. Games last night were pretty good, so enjoy the rest.
And I wasn't too terribly stressed when it became clear that, let's just say, trading off your – I mean, I get why you traded AD to, trade for Luka. I mean, that for the future is the trade to make, but they traded away all their interior defense and rebounding in doing so. And how did they get beat? They got beat inside and didn't rebound.
Correct.
Shocking that way.
Mm-hmm.
And LeBron finally showed that LeBron's 40-ish years old.
He old.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Kent, we'll have a great weekend. Thanks, and we'll catch up with you next week, and we'll talk about National Treasure.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Kent.
Bye, Kent.
Kent
Thank
welcome
you.
on of the Lincoln Journal-Star. Coming up next, we got the Jacob Bigelow Memorial Offseason Football topic of the day.
Let's do it.
On 1620 The Zone.
don't know how far he went, so I'm just going to back out of it without saying anything that would ruin our relationship.
Everything's football brand, though. We're sitting here in Omaha, Nebraska, talking about college basketball. And there are people employed by your radio station that have been itching to talk about spring practice the last 2 weeks because they think that that's relevant and that's what needs to be talked about.
Oh, yeah, baby.
March. Dude, it's football season. It's March. Cry me a river. It's like, yeah, it's a football conference. Yeah, it's football. They care. Football. Give me all the Kool-Aid, for sure. My apologies.
It's the Jacob Bigelow Memorial Offseason Football topic of the day as we try to resuscitate the near-dead sport of football. And we're going back to the Belichick well.
He sucks.
By the way, did you see the latest? You have Bill Belichick's daughter-in-law, the wife of Steve Belichick, his defensive coordinator.
Okay.
Who is criticizing Jordan Hudson, a.k.a. the girlfriend.
Wait, she's criticized. The call's coming from inside the house?
The call is coming.
She doesn't like her new mom.
Inside the house. So, of course, what happened was Jordan Hudson got mad during the CBS interview. She allegedly stormed off the scene. They had to, smooth some things over, blah, 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 this, blah, 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 that. Well, Jennifer Belichick, who is the wife of Steve, the daughter-in-law of Bill, said in a Instagram post, publicists act in a professional manner and don't storm off the set, delaying an interview.
Nice.
So, yeah, there's that. And remember the connection now, not only because of the relation, but remember, and I think we talked about this here on the Grum, when Steve Belichick was hired, one of the things that Jordan Hudson did was work with the athletic communications department, the sports information department, on when they put out the release to de-emphasize or almost eliminate any conversation about the fact that Steve is Bill's son, because the justification was, well, we don't want it to look like nepotism. We don't want to make it look like Bill hired his son because he's his son.
Yeah.
And so they wanted to just polish the press release, and she wanted to just polish the press release in such a way that made it sound like, oh, we're hiring him because of his credentials.
Correct.
So there's a little backstory there as well.
Yeah.
Also, did you see this? Did you hear about this? Soon after she got hooked up with Bill, she has turned into quite the real estate.
I've seen this. This is incredible. She's making, is it $8 million a month?
She's been making some money.
Nick, we should try to get on this. I want to make $8 million a month.
You want to date Bill Belichick?
Houses
for $8 million a month?
Yeah. Buying and flipping houses. She bought 3 multifamily homes in the Boston area for about $7.5 million.
Wow, that's amazing.
Well,
you wouldn't date him for 1 month for $8 million?
Can you get homes for cheaper in Boston? Is it like if you slur a bunch, you run faster? If you slur a bunch, it knocks the price down?
Yeah, it might help you out there, Nick. Yeah, it might help you out there, Nick. John, you were somebody when he got hired.
Yep.
You said the college football media Illuminati are idiots. He's going to be good. How you feeling all these months later about old Billy B? How you feeling about year one and the entire experiment of Bill Belichick coaching in college football? That's a good answer. I don't think you need to even say any other words.
I think that Bill Belichick can still separate the football from this nonsense because he's always been good at deflecting and keeping it focused on
and deflating
the football and deflating. But this is a different level because she's involved in the football stuff.
I was going to say it's a part of the football story as well.
I mean, she might not be drawing up the X's and O's. She might not be recruiting the players, but she's been forwarded all the emails, all the correspondence.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she's basically working as his SID, his personal SID, and actually be SID plus.
Nice, like Disney Plus.
Exactly.
Home of National Treasure, next week's movie in the movie club.
Let's just say I don't know how bullish I was. I thought it could be very interesting. I thought North Carolina could do some really good things, but I do wonder if this unnecessary distraction is going to create issues that not even the great Belichick, and remember, Belichick hasn't been the same since he lost Tom Brady. So you have all of the other stuff about, well, he's in college for the first time in forever. He's never been a head coach at this position. They're dealing with NIL. They're, all this, that, and the other thing. So that by itself is a challenge, and it's a trick. But then you add this layer that's really unnecessary. And you just I wonder where his mind is.
Yeah, I do too, man.
Is he all the way there? And it's hard for me to say that because I have been watching this man for almost 50 years. He is so driven. He is so football centric. He's
football pilled.
He is so goal oriented and process oriented. But this is completely out of left field.
John, he has changed in recent years, and I don't even think it starts with this situation. One of the things that I thought separated him from any coach in my lifetime was just how cutthroat he was and how he would do whatever possible for his team to win. And man, towards the end, it really did seem like for the first time, he was leaning into like a belief in himself and the people around him to the point where it hurt them. Like, look at the offensive coordinator hirings that he had. Patricia was calling plays. He was a bad defensive coordinator, and he was an offensive coordinator. Joe Judge, remember when that experiment failed spectacularly on that side of the ball as well? And so now you have all of this too, and it's weird. He is not the same person as he once was.
It'll be fun to watch because it might be a train wreck.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Definitely.
And then, of course, watching how this whole relationship terminates or concludes.
You talking about the personal or the coaching or
personal,
the UNC?
The personal.
Yeah.
The personal.
Yeah. Wild.
It is wild. Coming up, we're going to talk some NBA. We're going to talk playoffs with Andrew Cayley of Covers.com. 2 games last night. We are going to get a game 7. Meanwhile, there's going to be at least one of the conference semifinals that are going to get started this weekend. So we'll look ahead. We'll look at it from a gambling perspective and more. Andrew Cayley, Covers.com. Coming up next, it's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Well, couple of really good finishes down to the wire. One series ended. The other one continues into the weekend. Let's get an update as we are just about ready for the full frontal NBA conference semifinal experience. Andrew Cayley, who covers the league for covers.com, joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Andrew, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me. Happy to be here.
There's been a lot of talk given Jalen Brunson's recent heroics, including last night hitting the three with 4 seconds to go. Just where do you think he is in the pantheon of the NBA's best players today?
Oh, that's a good question. I'd have him probably just outside like the top 5. He's not super elite. He's not like guy like Luka Doncic you're going to go out and trade, but you would expect to trade half your roster for, but Nico, but he's a baller, man. He's got that dog in him. He went up against a really excellent defender in Thompson there and took him up and did the little Jordan looked like that little Jordan very slight push off there and got that wide open shot and he hit it and he's a baller. They're in trouble, I think, going up against the Celtics. But he's a really, really fun basketball player to watch. I wish he flopped just a little bit less. And those chants from the Pistons fans last night were just chef's kiss perfect. Like it's a problem in basketball, but it's kind of part of the game now. And you kind of, it's kind of like soccer or football, whatever you're going to call it. Like people have turned it into a bit of an art, and Brunson's definitely done that and used it to his advantage. But he's a really good player.
Andrew, before we get into the games this weekend, to the end of the first round and start looking ahead to the second round, I want to look back a little bit because we're now 2 weeks into the playoffs. What has surprised you as the series have unfolded and we have gotten to this point? I know it seems like a lot of people loved the Clippers against the Nuggets, and so maybe they're surprised that the series is going 7 games. Would that be the answer, or would it be something else so far in the playoffs?
I don't know if a lot has surprised me. Like everything's kind of played out pretty much how I expected. The Pistons, that's what surprised me a little bit. Like, they are a good team. Like, they're going to win some basketball games next season, especially if they make a couple little tweaks to that roster heading into the offseason here. I'm not surprised that the Timberwolves did what they did to the Lakers. I thought that Lakers roster was super flawed, and they need to trade LeBron James. I know it's never going to happen, but they need to trade LeBron James and build that roster around Luka immediately. Otherwise, they're just wasting Luka years right now. And it's pretty much been, what I thought. The Cavaliers are super impressive. The Thunder are going to win the West, in my opinion. And the East is going to come down to who wins that slugfest between what I expect to be the Cavs and Celtics. That's going to be a heck of a series.
Mm-hmm. Andrew, it doesn't seem like it because in the modern era, we haven't seen it very much. We haven't seen it in over a decade. But Knicks Celtics is the second most played playoff series in NBA history, only behind Celtics 76ers. So it's been a while since we've seen these two match up. What do you think is going to be the biggest storyline in Boston, New York?
Oh, biggest storyline. The biggest storyline will be how handily the Celtics take care of this Knicks team. Like, where do the Knicks go from here, right? Like, they traded for Cat, they traded for Mikal Bridges, and they signed OG. So all their money is tied up. Like, this is their team. This is what they are, and they still will look a class below the Boston Celtics in this series, because I feel like nobody's really talking about the Celtics being the defending champions and how well they've played. It's kind of like they're just kind of laying in wait, and now they're ready to go, and they're going to play their best basketball moving forward, because they're a really terrific basketball team who plays at both ends of the floor. And I just don't know if what the Knicks did against the Pistons will be able to carry them against a team like the Celtics.
Andrew, along those lines, and what you said a couple minutes ago about, this anticipated Eastern Conference Finals that you're expecting to see, the Cavs are minus 550 favorites to move on from round 2, Celtics minus 1,000. So, obviously the value in betting on either of those teams to make it to the Eastern Finals is not going to be there. So, where is, in your opinion, the best approach to have in a series like that? Are you looking at, Cavs or Celtics in X amount of games? Or are you just looking at it from game to game, night to night?
Oh, it's definitely a game-to-game, night-to-night situation in those series when you've got a big favorite in those matchups. You have to basically break down where those teams are going to have their little edges. And if you're a fan of the Pacers, if you're a fan of the Knicks, find those little edges and then go to player prop betting. That's what I would do in those situations. For the Cavaliers, their 3-point shooting defense isn't as good as it could be. So maybe you find some 3-point shooting props for the Pacers, and that's what they're going to have to hit shots. That's the Pacers are going to have to hit some outside shots if they're going to, because they're not going to do anything inside against Evan Mobley and Jared Allen. Like it's going to be tough sledding inside there for them. But because of that, the Cavaliers tend to collapse on players coming in because they know they have those guys. And if you're good enough, and the Pacers have proven they can pass the ball well. They obviously have Tyrese Halliburton. They're a good passing team in general. If they do that, they kick the ball out, they hit some shots, they'll be able to make the games interesting. And I would be looking at shooting props for the Pacers in that sense.
Is there any price you could see yourself, a minimum price you could see yourself getting in on either the Knicks or the Pacers to win the series?
That's a good question. I don't know. I'd maybe sprinkle something a little bit on the Knicks in this round, just because like they have talent, they have the ability to play good defense. Like I love. I'm from Canada. I love OG Anunoby. I'm a big Raptors guy. I think they're an extremely good defensive team. They're just flawed. They're just flawed offensively. I hate the way they run the offense. Like they have to, because Jalen Brunson is the guy, but it just too often it's relying on them, and the ball movement is not good enough. But that defense, I think if they lock in, they can do something. So maybe I don't think I'd take them in the series, but I'd probably maybe, if they do get past them, maybe look at the Knicks at plus 1,800 or something like that. That was something you could currently get, which is to win the Eastern Conference. I don't hate it. I don't, but at the same time, it's a tough spot for them.
Andrew, a few minutes ago, you mentioned, with maybe either of those Eastern series, you'd be focusing on player props. I wanted to ask you about a player prop or just props in general in the Game 7 tomorrow night between the Clips and the Nuggets. I have to imagine, with it being a Game 7, the public is going to be very interested in looking at some of those individual prices, in particular with Jokic in a do-or-die game like this. How are you approaching it, knowing what he has been able to do in the past in these types of situations, and perhaps how much they're going to have to rely on him tomorrow night if they're going to move on to the second round?
So a guy like Jokic, he's going to be one of the most heavily bet guys in this game. Like the public is just going to hammer him. So what I would do is I would wait until that numbers, like his points and his rebounds particularly, just get elevated and elevated and elevated. Right now, I think his points is sitting at 28.5. I would wait for like the public to hit it, maybe jump it up to 29.5, maybe even 30 enough, and then hit the under. Like the Clippers, that's the Clippers' strength. Like Zubac has been battling him really well. I know he's obviously gotten his at times, but the Clippers need to win this series on defense, and that's how they're going to do it. If for some reason Jamal Murray goes off again, the Nuggets are going to win the game. Like that's just what will happen. But they're going to focus solely on taking away as much. Obviously, you can't eliminate what Jokic does. He's so special and talented. But you're gonna try to limit him as much as you can. And I think the Clippers have done a pretty good job at this point. And I think they're the better defensive team in this point. I actually like the Clippers on the money line in Game 7, and that's the side I'll be on.
Andrew, speaking of Jokic, after the game last night, and there was certainly a missed call. At least I thought there was a missed call late on Jokic. There was a lot of complaining from the Nuggets side about Jokic not getting as many free throw attempts. And I almost wonder if there might be some value, if you can find it, a prop on over under free throw attempts. Because I get the feeling maybe Jokic could get a few calls at home in Game 7.
I will tell you, as a guy who looks at these markets every single day, that's not usually a market to bet on, because there is such a high variance in it, game to game. You have to take into account officiating, like who is actually reffing the games, and like these playoffs, like you said, it feels like he's not getting calls, and so maybe it's hard for odds makers to set those lines because maybe he averages like 8 free throws a game sort of thing. But if he's not getting the calls in the playoffs because they're calling it a little tighter and it's only 6, sort of thing, then it becomes more difficult for the odds makers to set those lines. But I like the thinking there for sure. Like I think he's gonna be aggressive in this game. He has to be, because the Nuggets, once again, that's a flawed roster. You hope that Russell Westbrook doesn't Russell Westbrook the game away from his own team, sort of thing. Michael Porter needs to be his best, but you feel like you can't get consistent production out of him. And it's Jokic, and you hope that some of those guys kind of step up. But that's why I kind of like the Clippers here. They're just a balanced bunch, and healthy Kawhi Leonard is so fun to watch right now. Once again, Raptors guy. I thought that 2019 championship run was like the most fun I've ever had watching basketball, and he can be still the best guy in a basketball court when he's healthy.
Andrew, the other Western Series that's still unfolding, of course, is the Warriors and the Rockets. We get a Game 6 tonight in Golden State. Has this series gone how you would have expected, with the older team in Golden State and this much younger group in Houston, and how we've gotten to this point ahead of a Game 6?
Yeah, for sure. Like the Houston team is very strong defensively, and they're getting after it. They're trying to job back with Draymond as best they can, and they do a good job. The Draymond and Dylan Brooks stuff is great, but they're giving them their all, and the Warriors have been better, obviously, when Jimmy Butler's on the court. I think a playoff Jimmy is the difference in this Game 6 tonight. I like over 19.5 points for him in tonight's matchup. I don't think that number is really accounting for kind of the playoff Jimmy bump that we get seemingly every year. On top of that, this Steph Curry thumb thing, like I've never seen anybody play basketball with that kind of cast thing that he has on his hand. It's incredible that he can still shoot the way that he does in that one, but I think it's going to hamper him a bit. And the Rockets know that. They're going to hand check him a lot in this one. They're going to bang it up as much as they can, and hopefully it disrupts his shooting. That also has me looking at Buddy Hield over 9.5 points in this one. He has been very inconsistent in this series, but he's definitely fed off the energy at the Chase Center. He's gone for 15 and 17 points in the two games at home for the Warriors. And I don't hate over 2.5 threes as well. I think you can get that at plus 125, which is a nice price as well. So I think we get a good night from Jimmy. Maybe Jimmy over 5.5 assists isn't a terrible play either, because it seems like the offense when he's going is running through him. And I think if those guys can step up and like Moody and some of those bench guys step up and hit some shots for them as well, those assist number fly up from Butler tonight as well.
Andrew, enjoy the playoffs this weekend. Should have a couple of really interesting results. And, of course, we look forward to those conference semifinals getting underway on Sunday and then moving into next week. Appreciate the time.
Thanks, guys. Good luck with your bets.
Andrew Cayley of Covers.com. All right. Getting closer to the happy hour. It's a One Beer Friday. And for the first time in 1 month, Predictions is back.
About damn time.
And the newly engaged boy is having a good run.
Wow.
So it's time to cut off that momentum.
I was going to say, it's time to knock him down a peg. You know, if you're going to have a happy personal life, that's great. You can't have a happy personal life and do well at predictions, though. It's either or here on the Grum.
So all of that and more on this One Beer Friday as we continue. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. All right, I'll go ahead and
would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
You probably have beer center each week. Ralph Club, biggest contributor. Yeah, for that. I like beer. I don't know if you like beer, Senator, or not. What do you like to drink? Next week.
I had one beer. Friday. Yeehaw!
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do, and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was... Nope, there was one beer. Friday.
Bum, 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 bum.
It is a One Beer Friday on this first May Friday. First Friday in May is what I meant to say.
First May Friday.
And right on time, it's raining here. It's raining in Lincoln.
I
can't
pissed.
see it out the old window there.
What's wrong, Nick?
I spent all this money to get my bicycle serviced and ready to go.
Yeah?
And then every single time on the weekends, it's been crappy outside or I haven't been here.
Well, poor Nick had to get engaged.
I got to get engaged.
Yeah. You're the one that decided to get engaged. You could have held that off until
Nick,
the weather was better.
You big goober.
You're a goober.
Well, duh.
Well, here, I'm about to make today even better. The boss man was just here, and he says you're both fired. So
that's not true.
No, Steve, our ops manager, brought me. I'm going to have a regular microphone. I won't have to be, even though I have now mastered the art.
Of
taking these on and putting with one hand.
Then why do you need a microphone?
Yeah, John, you big
Well,
softy.
I thought this was going to be a lot harder than it was, but I'm really talented. But it'll be better for the radio because it's, sports headsets aren't as good as I'll have the same. If I can pick it up over here.
No.
Which microphone? Do you have one of the mics like we have?
The same microphone as you guys will have.
Oh man, we're gonna sound awesome together then.
Don't
Look
forget
at
your
my
muff.
microphone. It's very huge. It's
I want
very
one of those.
large.
I want one of those microphones for my home setup.
I do too. Do you have a muff, John? Do you have a muff for that?
Yeah, he has one. He has a muff on.
Steve brought me a muff.
Nice.
Oh, congrats
If I
on
can
the
reach
muff.
it, and I can't reach it because it's my bad hand. Yeah, I got a muff. Here's the muff.
Look at that muff.
Looking
muff.
good.
Look at that muff.
Stick the mic in the muff. Stick the mic in the muff, and the mic's in the muff, and look at it.
Jordan
Anyway.
writes, humans are very adaptable. We are. John's done a great job at adapting this week. The show has never been better.
It's never been better.
He didn't come to my surprise party last night, but
Of course I didn't. I was
not
well.
Remember my wedding reception? John got sick that week, and then this time he falls over and breaks his wrist. I just don't think John likes seeing me.
At least I have proof.
Yeah, that's true.
You think I created this myself?
I think you did it as a ruse.
I'm going to go to the cast store and get me a fake cast.
Exactly. This is all a ruse.
And I got the extra special package. Here's the X-rays. Those X-rays are actually from Alex Smith.
Yeah, and your wife even sent pretend videos of you being very high and drugged and broken bone.
Wow, druggy John.
Yeah, classic John. He is who he is hated. He has become who he hated.
I am.
We're meant to destroy the Sith, not join them.
And the timing of this.
I know, man.
This is
your favorite time of year.
I was thinking about this a moment ago, while we were interviewing Andrew, because we tend to, it's not like we had any extra time there. We just
definitely not.
No,
I wasn't working on anything.
We are now getting into one of my favorite parts of the sports calendar.
Yours.
Yes, one of my favorite times on the sports calendar because, I mean, look what we have. We have, of course, NBA and NHL playoffs. Now, I am not a huge NBA or NHL fan, but it is nice. The games mean something.
Yes, right? That is inarguable.
Mm-hmm. And there is good drama there. And yes, I've been laid up a little bit more, so I've watched probably more of a first-round hockey or basketball playoff than I have in quite some time.
Mm-hmm.
But it is an exciting time of year, and we're just really getting the ball rolling. Tomorrow, we're going to have the Kentucky Derby. I love the big events. Again, not of horse racing, but I love the big events. Not a lot of people are big auto racing fans, but Indy 500's coming up this month. The tradition, all of that.
John, are you going to watch the Formula One race this weekend?
No, he'll be asleep.
No, it's at 3.
Oh, wow.
Ish. They're in Miami.
Okay.
Yeah, but there's a NASCAR race going on, and there's actually passing that goes
on.
John,
there's been a lot of passing this season. I don't know if you've noticed.
Passing. Anyway, locally, obviously, we're getting into the most important time of year, especially if you're a program like Creighton and Nebraska, who, are going to have to win their conference tournaments and put themselves in position to win their conference tournaments to get to the NCAAs.
Yeah.
So that's heating up right now. The weather's warm enough now where you can go to a nighttime baseball game and not freeze your butt off.
I love baseball.
Uh-huh.
So you have all of these things coming together. And, of course, by the time we get to the end of the month, I mentioned Memorial Day and the 500 and you get to the conference tournaments in baseball. Then you get to, the ramp up to the College World Series. This has always been, I think a lot of it for me is also in the time of the calendar that it is, because, when you grow up, the month of May is a great month.
Oh, it's an incredible month. You're winding down school. You're about to be away from everything for a little bit.
Exactly. Everything's sprucing up.
Well,
it's
and how much
greener outside.
How much too of it, John? Like, obviously, you're going to have the College World Series, but like for all intents and purposes, starting at the end of October with basketball, you are go until about now. And so this is kind of the one time where you're not going to be traveling a whole lot. As fun as football season is, it's just so busy with all the various things that we're doing. So this is that one time of year where it's like you got your team that you watch on television and the Cubs, and that you can just be a fan again, a normal fan for a couple of months.
It is. And, even with now, sure, if you're a Husker fan, you're a Blue Jay fan, you're stressing out about, how the team is doing. By the way, I should mention, Creighton's taking the lead. They were trailing at Butler, now a 5-run 8th. They're up 11-7 in the ninth inning.
Oh, wow.
Over Butler. They're in Indianapolis this weekend, and they got some help today because Seton Hall beat Xavier. So Creighton right now is a game up in the loss column on UConn and 2 games up on Xavier, assuming that this result, 11-7, top of the ninth inning, holds for the Blue Jays. But, So for those folks, it might be a little stressful, but like with the Cubs right now, it's early enough in the season, it's a long season to go. So there's not, it's baseball and you're excited and you like to watch it and you want your team to win, but it's not like, you're not like stressed out.
Yeah.
And so all of that together, this has always been, the 6 or 8 weeks or whatever we want to call it, starting in May and running through late June, has always been one of my favorite times of year on the sporting calendar. And yeah, I get it. There's no football.
There's no football though, John.
No, there's no football.
Oh, Nick, stop it.
Exactly. Look at it as we get to not have football.
Yeah, I don't have to watch the Dolphins pee down their leg.
Unreal.
But truly, this is the time now, because spring football is gone. The draft is over. So the heavy talking season, I mean, there's always a talking season, especially when you host a sports show in the Midwest where we all love our football. But, we're now into the real off season of college football where everybody is 0-0 and you're only as good as your dreams. And so you can talk yourself into greatness or you can talk yourself into badness, but most people tend to want to be optimistic about their teams. So, Husker fans are going to talk themselves into, 9, 10, 11 wins, whatever the case may be.
So is all that to say that you hate this because it is ruining your favorite time of year?
Well, I mean, I do hate this.
Yeah.
But it doesn't diminish the fact that for everybody, whether you're one-handed or two-handed, it is, at least to me, it's a very exciting, but also not so stressful. One of the things about football, and it's a good thing and it's also a bad thing, it's a blessing, it's a curse, is everything feels so urgent.
Yeah, every game is so important.
Everything is so urgent. And it's like, oh, we got to win this game if we don't win this game. And then you do win the game or whatever the result is. And then you spend the whole next week, oh, we got to win this game. We got to win this game.
Yep.
And you build up to that. It's great. It's also it's also stressful. And it also wears you out. Well, this time of year, we got a lot of cool things going on, a variety of different sports. And it's not, at least for me, a stressful part of the sports calendar.
I would definitely agree with that. It is probably the least stressful part of my sports calendar. You're past the draft, right? So you're not thinking about that. You're far enough away from football. OTAs aren't really starting. And yeah, the season isn't here. It is funny. Like, I know we have all these bits about how I'm counting down to football, and I am, but I really love this time of year as well. I love the sun setting later and later. Like, there is something about, now I know the weather is kind of crappy today again, but man, these Fridays, after having a brew here with my engaged bud Nick and my married bud John, and you go outside and you get in the car and the sun's out, and maybe you roll down the window because it's not 100 degrees just yet, and you put your arm out the car, that's a good damn day. That's a really good day. And we have those now over the next month before it turns into 100 degrees.
Especially when you're driving home listening to baseball on the radio.
No, I would never do such a thing, Nick. Never do such a thing. Not one single time. Not one single time.
Baseball on the radio is fun.
I do like my buds John and Happer on the radio.
Baseball is fun. Well, anyway, welcome to this glorious time in the sports calendar.
Wow.
This wonderful time in the sports calendar, and you get to listen to us talk our way through it.
Mm-hmm.
Think of how much
time to talk some more football
it is for you. The Lakers have already been eliminated.
Oh, come on. Why do you have to remind me? It's very disappointing that their season is done. I'm so bummed. Not really. I'm fine.
Yeah, I was gonna say
I'll be just fine.
You got really into the Lakers for the last month because Luka went over there.
His name is Luka. I did. I watched a few of their games here and there.
Well, Josh is so desperate to have anything that resembles winning that he's affiliated with.
God, I just want some sort of happiness in my life, John.
He just wants something good.
I ended up, I don't know why, we got home from the party last night, and I started telling my wife about the 2002 NBA playoffs between the Lakers and the Kings. I just started I felt like a little kid when he just starts talking and talking.
How engaged in this conversation was she?
She seemed somewhat interested. I showed her a video of Robert Horry knocking in a three-pointer to beat the Kings in Game 4. She remembered the name Mike Bibby. He played for the Kings at that time.
Well, it's hard to forget a name like Mike Bibby.
Mike Bibby, he was awesome. I don't know why we did this, but it was a great night. It was a lovely night talking about all that stuff. Back when I loved the NBA, and it was one of my favorite sports. Now I couldn't care less for the most part. But I'll have the games on this weekend. You got a Game 7 tomorrow. That should be a whole lot of fun.
It's a night game, right?
Yes, 6:30 tomorrow night, the Game 7 between the Nugs and the Clips. By the way, Jed points out, John, 113 days, if you were wondering.
I really wasn't.
Okay, well, there you go, 113 days.
I really wasn't. It'll get here. It will get here in its own due time. But exactly, we have just crossed into the land of my summer.
How's the summer going to go for you, though?
It's going to go.
Well, he doesn't have to mow anymore.
It's going to happen.
He likes mowing.
Whether I can participate in it or not.
Yeah.
It's going to happen.
Katie says,
doesn't mean I still can't enjoy it.
Katie says Josh is the ultimate Cowboys, Lakers, Duke, Yankees fan. Wrong on 2 of the 4, KD.
That's right. You're wrong about the Cowboys and the Lakers.
Never was a Duke fan. Never was a Yankees fan. Never was a fan of
But
those
you're
teams.
halfway
But
there.
you were a Boston fan who was
Before
winning the world.
they won the World Series, Nick, they hadn't won it in 86 years when I was a fan of them.
Mm.
Also, the Cowboys suck. They've been so bad. You can't be a bandwagon Cowboys fan in 2025. That is impossible.
Yes, you can.
Well,
yes,
I'm not.
Yes. If there's any sport that is not bandwagon proof, it's the Dallas Cowboys.
What's the fun about jumping on the Cowboys bandwagon, John? Just so the wagon will crash into a wall?
Because of their popularity, they are still a very popular franchise, and sometimes people just gravitate to things that are popular, whether they're good or not. I mean, how many things in our pop culture are actually not good, but they're popular, so people just like, oh, okay, I'll start following this.
People like name brand.
Okay, the reason
They
that
are
I
very name brand.
do not forget, though, I rooted for them, and I root for them now because my dad lived in Plano, Texas as a young boy and rooted for them, and so I said, I want to be like my dad, which was the dumbest decision I could have ever made. Dumbest decision I could have ever made.
You know, I've given you many opportunities. The door is always open. You can just walk right out. You don't have to. You go into the light.
I can't.
Go into the light. Walk to the light.
I've always wondered, John, who would I have picked if not for my dad being a Cowboys
this is
fan?
a fun exercise.
See,
so
I don't know the answer, though.
Pick?
Young Josh lived in Detroit. Well, not in Detroit, but he lived in Grand Rapids, Michigan.
You could have been a Lions fan.
could've.
You and Chance.
That would have been
shaking hands
miserable.
You could have been a Packers fan.
See, there's a part of me that wonders if young me would have gravitated towards them. Midwest team. We lived in Michigan for a little bit. I was a Brett Favre fan. When I was a kid. Like, could I have been a fan of them? What if I chose my team when I lived in Nebraska? Is there a world where I'm a Chiefs fan and I hate my life for 20 years and then suddenly it's like the greatest time in my life only for them to have a couple of really bad blowout Super Bowl losses? I don't know. It was like never a choice. I only remember being a Cowboys fan, so there was never a debate in my mind. But it probably would have been one of those three teams. I guess maybe the Broncos as well, because when the first full NFL season that I can actually remember was the year the Broncos won the Super Bowl. And I was happy for John Elway, so maybe I would have been a Bronco fan. But that doesn't sound fun anymore either.
I've always thought that if I didn't become a Rams fan, I would have been a Packer fan.
Yeah.
Packers or
Vikings, right?
Vikings, Packers or Vikings. I mean, there's the proximity to it, but growing up, when you would come home from school and back before ESPN had all the chit chat shows, they'd run a bunch of old NFL films things.
Those
and
were the days.
And I loved watching stuff about Lombardi and the Packers.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing I would have been a Packer fan.
If my dad wasn't as big in NASCAR as he was a Chiefs fan in like the late 90s, early 2000s. I could have been a Chiefs fan.
You could have been an annoying ass Chiefs fan, Nick.
I could have been.
But think of all the championships. And Patrick Mahomes.
That's true.
Jordan says Broncos. They did win 2 Super Bowls during your football fan development years. Yeah, that might be the answer. I loved Elway, loved Terrell Davis. Those were some really fun teams. J-Man says Lions or Vikings fandom would just be more torture. Yeah, my uncle, who Mark, I saw him last night. He is a longtime Vikings fan. He's been a fan back to the Fran Tarkenton days. He got my youngest brother to be a Vikings fan by giving him a jersey for Christmas one year. So I guess there's a very possibility that it would have been them as well. But yeah, I have no idea. Again, the only world that I ever know is me being a Cowboys fan. So it's almost like I never even chose it. It chose me. And man, that's been garbage my entire life. It's been the absolute worst crap.
Sound like a serial killer.
I
was born in it.
I didn't mean to kill all these people, but I was born into it.
Is that what Ted Bundy said up there in
sure,
Washington?
Why not? Yeah.
Jed says,
being a Cowboy fan is kind of like being a part of the Manson family.
Yeah, I guess so. But I don't even get the joy of sweet release. Jed tweets in, glad you didn't become a Chiefs fan because otherwise you would be an unlistenable a-hole and I would have to find a new show to listen to. Shout out to me for not being an unlistenable a-hole. Am I right?
I think he'd listen either way. He talks about a lot about how much he hates us.
Chicago Bears.
What was that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting that the computer is attached to the soundboard here. Matt DeMarina sent us a DM. Or a TikTok.
TikTok.
Yeah, about Josh being a Cowboys fan.
Yeah, bad times.
Bad times.
Really bad times.
By the way, it's now 12-7 Blue Jays, top of the ninth.
Oh, wow. There you go.
Attaboy. Way to go, CU. They'll try to finish that one off. We'll get you an update a little bit later on. We still have, we have, I just realized this is probably, and a lot of it has been circumstantial, obviously. But this is the longest we have gone between segments of predictions since we started the bit.
Wild.
Whoa.
It's been so long since we have done this.
It was the first Saturday in April. When we so
right
we
before the national championship.
We were picking the Final Four in the national championship.
Jeez.
The last time we did predictions, because I was gone one week, and then Josh was gone, and then
I was gone again.
And so we're going to finally get back to doing that, because this is where the men separate from the boys, because of the greatness that is this sports season, because we have such a great variety of sports, and we will have a great variety of sports coming up in predictions.
And Nick's in the lead now. Is this true? Is this what the people are reporting?
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
This is disgusting. I don't know what on earth has happened.
Don't hate the player, hate the game.
I'm gonna hate you though, Nick.
Oh.
I'm gonna hate you.
So we'll have that. We also have content coming up. But I did want to get to this because this segment, One Beer Friday, by the way.
Yeah, baby.
Send us a pic of what you're drinking.
I'm back.
Send us a pic of what you're drinking. Sadly, I'm just finishing off my Diet Coke.
You're not allowed to. Oh, yeah. You're taking the painkillers.
You can get high, but you can't drink.
Yeah.
Yeah. But send us a pic of what you're drinking. Use the hashtag One Beer Friday. We'll retweet it. And who knows, maybe at some point we'll get back to giving away some cool, neat stuff.
I like cool, neat stuff.
But today's One Beer Friday is brought to you by La Preferita. And bring up the video audio there, Nick.
It's up.
Brought to you by La Preferita and Harry Carey.
Hello again, everybody. This is Harry Carey. You know, working a ball game really makes me hungry, and when I'm hungry, I can't help but think of the great Mexican foods made with La Preferita products. Just as a home run adds excitement to a baseball game, La Preferita sauces add excitement to your meal. If you want to hit a grand slam for your team, simply serve up a tasty dish made with La Preferita food. Holy cow, what a meal!
Oh, my gosh. What on earth, John? What on earth?
I just thought that was funny.
Yeah.
Holy cow, what a meal! I'm eating a chip.
It was a different time back in the 80s. I assume this was the 80s?
I think that was the 70s. I think that was before he was with the Cubs. I think that might have been when he was with the
White Sox, Harry Carey?
Yeah.
Wow, what a different time.
Makes me hungry for Mexican food.
Oh, that sounds good.
And the delicious taste of La Preferita.
Mm-hmm. Is that even around anymore?
I've never even heard of it.
Yeah, it must have died.
I think it is.
Really?
I think.
Taste test Wednesday, maybe.
Well, I mean, it's like El Paso, old El Paso.
Sure,
they sell
yeah.
the taco shells and the salsa. And, let's see, La Preferita. Yeah, they're still that.
Still around? Is it? I wonder if it's one of those things, or it's just not in our area of the country.
No, I think it is.
Okay,
I think it is. Oh yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Refried beans. Taco seasoning, rice, chilies, all of that stuff. Make sure you're stocked up for Cinco de Mayo. That's what it says here. that stands for 5 mayos.
You mentioned
John.
the perfect amount of mayos.
Yeah, disgusting. So next, we'll get back to predictions.
Let's do it.
On 1620 The Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions.
Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over, bet the over.
Yes, indeed, it is time for predictions. And as we mentioned, it has been a while since we've done this. It's been a month, so the last time we competed was the first Saturday in April. We picked the Final Four. Nick really cleaned up. Well, actually, Josh did too on the basketball.
Hell yeah, baby.
But it only matters because I'm in the lead.
That's true.
That's all that matters.
That's true.
Look at me go.
All the way back when Creighton was playing UConn in baseball and Nebraska was playing Rutgers.
Wow, it feels like a different time.
It does feel like a different time. So that is last time. This is this time, and we'll start in the NBA. The Rockets, the Warriors. The Rockets are trying to come back. The Warriors are trying to advance. Warriors are at home, where they are a 5-point favorite. Nick, you get to start because you won the last round.
Nice. Give me the Warriors.
Josh?
I'm going with the engaged boy. Give me Golden State. They lock it up.
I'd like to take the Rockets and the points, but I don't trust them. I will also go with Golden State.
Okay.
Tomorrow night, we get a Game 7 in Denver at the Bell Center. Or Ball Center. Yeah, Ball.
Ball Center.
It's got to be your Bell.
Nice.
Nuggets are only a 1-point favorite against the Clippers. Game 7. Josh, who do you like?
Our new friend of the Grum said he likes the Clips on the money line. I will follow him into the abyss. Give me Los Angeles to move on.
Nice.
The L.A. Clippers. I disagree.
Oh! John says, screw you, new friend of the Grum.
The Clippers will not flush the Nuggets.
Nice.
I'll take the Nuggets at home. Revenge of Jokic.
Boats are cool.
Boats are cool.
A Clipper is a type of boat.
It is indeed.
We will get our first conference semifinal game on Sunday when the Indiana Pacers visit the Cleveland Cavaliers. The Cavs hosting the Pacers in Game 1, where the Cavs are an 8-point favorite. That seems a little high for me. I'm going to take the Pacers and the points.
Rats, I hate it when we agree. I like Indiana as well, mainly because that is a lot of points.
What's worse than when two of us agree is when all of us agree.
Oh, God. Congrats to Cleveland on blowing them out.
Who will be the highest scoring player this weekend? So the three games basically on the docket.
Yeah, we're not talking real quick. We're not talking about if like the Rockets won tonight and then got to play a second game this weekend. We're just saying in tonight's game, tomorrow's game, Sunday's game.
Who will be the highest scoring player? Nick?
You need some names of players.
Need some names of players.
I mean, you got Nikola Jokic in there. You got Kawhi Leonard in there. You got Steph Curry in there.
Give me Steph Curry.
Steph Curry. I'm going to go Donovan Mitchell, John, of the Cleveland Cavaliers.
That's a good pick.
Oh, thank you, John. John watches the NBA now. He knows that's a good pick.
It's because he's held captive in his house.
Oh, he's held all right.
He literally has to be forced to watch it.
Wow, and he is. He's liking it.
It's like a Clockwork Orange.
He's saying this is better than college basketball.
But I'm picking Jokic.
Not a bad pick, John. Not a bad pick.
NHL, the Jets, Jets are at the Blues. This is Game 6 of their first round series. The Jets could close out the Blues, or do the Blues force a Game 7? Josh?
Blues! You can't go into St. Louis and expect to win, I think.
Hell no. You spell winning Jets, Jets. Give me the Jets.
I think the Jets have my favorite logo in NHL. Maybe.
Yeah?
The Wild is really
wow,
close
the
too.
Blackhawks taking some strays
here. I like the Wild logo a lot, but I like the Jets logo a lot, so give me the Jets.
Yeah? You just wish there was like a building in that logo, I bet.
I'm not Chance.
Game 7.
Whoa, another one?
Colorado, Dallas. One area you could play hockey in most of the year. The other, you couldn't play hockey in practically any of the year.
No, that's true.
But they still have hockey. Avs Stars, Game 7. Who do you like, Nick?
Give me the Avs.
I'll take the Stars.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the Stars. They got to get a win down in that city someday, right?
Sure.
Go Dallas.
To Major League Baseball. We'll pick a couple of series, best of 3. The Diamondbacks, who in a lot of other divisions might be leading the division, but they're in the NL West, so they're not. They are at Philadelphia. 3-game series. Who wins it, Josh?
I'm going to go with the Phils, and I'm going to go with the Phils 2-1.
Diamondbacks 2-1.
I'm going to agree with Josh. I think the Philadelphia Phillies will take it 2-1. Another series starts tonight in Atlanta. The Braves have finally pulled the nose up. They are no longer a team that is, well, they're pretty mediocre when you look at the record. But
they gave the Rockies their first win in a long time.
Oh, wow.
Well, that's pretty bad. But the Dodgers are in town to take on the Braves in a best of 3. I'm going to take evil 2-1.
The Braves.
No.
Give me the Dodgers.
I've been feeling kind of icky about the Dodgers lately. There's something ain't right there. I'm going to take the Braves.
By the way, oh, wow. What's the series?
2-1.
I'm going to go a sweep, John.
Oh, a sweep, he says.
By the Dodgers.
Well, that ain't going to happen because you know Ohtani, he's just not a born winner.
No, he is.
And we'll pick a single game tonight. The Cubs are finally playing the Brewers. And the Cubs are a 1.5 favorite in Milwaukee tonight.
Are the Cubs still good?
Of course we are. We're in first place.
Brewers to cover. The wrong team is favored. Brewers to win.
Jerk move.
Shout out Lane Grindle on the call.
I'm going to take the Cubs.
Wow. Lick those boots a little more, Nick. Daddy's home.
I'll take the Cubs too because
Hey,
the
Daddy's home. Lick, lick, lick.
All right, now we get to the biggest event of the weekend because it's the first Saturday in May. That means Churchill Downs will be filled with 100,000 drunk weirdos.
Nice.
Most of them have no idea what's actually going on. So we should update you right now. As we told you yesterday, Rodriguez scratched.
No.
Glue.
Also, Grande scratched.
Oh, no. What about Venti?
Glue. Shut up.
So,
what?
Who do you like?
Funny.
Who do you like in the Derby?
What do you mean, John? In an era like this in our nation's history, we must trust in journalism. Let's go journalism for the win.
Glue.
No, Nick, journalism.
Well, let's see.
What was the one where it's like publisher or whatever? Watch out for publisher.
You know what? You know what?
What?
While journalism is a cornerstone of a free society.
Yeah.
Something else that is a cornerstone of a free society is to be a sovereign nation.
Oh, they're going to say Second Amendment.
Give me
Guns.
sovereignty.
Nice.
Well, you can't have sovereignty or journalism without an economy. Some want that economy to be backed by a chunk of gold.
Is that a name of a horse?
Chunk of gold is my horse.
All right, that's pretty good, Nick. I like it. Well done.
All right, chunk of gold it is.
Okay.
Is this an actual property?
No, I made this one up by myself. Shout out me.
Well, hopefully they'll give us the exact distance. I'm sure they will.
It's
Go
a
ahead.
horse length then, right? Like,
Yes,
there's car lengths and then there's horse lengths.
Yes, they're
It's not a car length,
They're
Nick.
not going to measure. Oh, sovereignty won by 1.5 Mack truck lengths.
Well, I gotta
Oh,
be
of course
sure.
it's a
because
horse length.
I always watch car racing, and they just say lengths, but I didn't know if that was like a
Well, yeah, the
standardized
length-
unit of measurement,
No,
or if it was based off
It's the
of.
length of the
No.
thing.
Okay.
The length of the thing that's racing.
Come on, Nick.
You know, like in running, it's
No.
the length of the marathon.
It's the length of the marathon runners, Nick.
As we all know, gold is heavy, so I'm
Yeah.
going to take the under.
Over. Let's get a nice butt whoop in there in the Derby tomorrow.
I'm going to go over as well.
Okay. What the hell is this crap?
Hey, this means
baloney.
You know, we are in the peak period of predictions when we are picking UFC fights. It's UFC Fight Night. G. Bolanos versus Quang Lee.
One sounds like a sandwich meat, and the other sounds like a character in Mortal Kombat.
Whoa, that's a bit problematic.
You don't
Nick.
know which one I'm saying that about.
Fair, Nick.
Sure. Yeah, I'd like to have a nice piece of Lee for dinner.
Call me Mike Stibbs because I abstain from picking.
Oh,
you are a loser, Nick.
I'll take Baloney Boy.
Yeah, I think a Baloney Boy will win.
Nice.
Hang on. I was doing so well.
It's soccer, John.
It is.
It's soccer.
No,
there's a soccer ball back
typing.
there.
I was doing so well typing with one hand.
Calm down, Greg. It's soccer.
It's it's the inferior soccer this week. It's the British Premier
It's
League
Leicester
thing.
City versus Southampton.
It's Les Lancaster versus Southampton, not to be confused with North or West Hampton. So, who do you like?
Nick, you remember
Les Lancaster or Southampton?
You remember before they won, Leicester City entered the year 5,000 to 1 to win the league, and then they won it. The coolest moment of my life with soccer. And I'm not even a fan of Leicester City, but I rooted for them. Give me Leicester in honor of 2016.
I'm gonna go Les Lancaster too.
I'm gonna pick Leicester, but I'm gonna call them Leicester because that's how it should be pronounced.
Leicester.
That's
Boston has a bunch of cities and streets that are or towns that are the exact same way. Where it's like, why do you pronounce it this way, you goobers?
Why are so many streets named the N-word?
We can give you an update. The Blue Jays have capped off their comeback, and they have defeated the Butler Bulldogs by the final of 12-7. They have 2 more games remaining this weekend. So we already know a partial answer in this week's baseball prop. Creighton, Nebraska, and UNO combined wins this weekend by the 3 teams, 5.5. Of course, Nebraska, they've got
Minnesota
this week. I would say.
Over. Nebraska's won, 3 series in a row in the weekend? John, they're playing better baseball. Creighton's already got a dub in their back pocket. Yeah, let's go with the over here.
I'll take the under.
Whoa, hater much?
Let's see. Well, I can give you another result.
Uh-oh.
Omaha is beating St. Thomas 6-1 in the 9th.
Nick, your thing's already locked in, you big idiot.
No, you.
Nice. Nebraska's in a rain delay, by the way. They're starting in an hour.
Yeah, I'm going to go over.
Okay.
Got 2 in the bag. I think Creighton could get all 3 this weekend.
Oh, wow.
Nebraska's, I think, good for 2. And if Omaha's 1, I mean, that would be enough, right?
Yep.
So I'll take the over.
What in the world's this? Miami Gary Payton?
Grand Prix.
Oh, I see.
They're racing at Hard Rock Stadium.
Gary Payton played for the Miami Heat, Nick. Do you remember that?
No.
Do you know who Gary Payton is?
No.
Do you want to know what his nickname was?
No.
You don't? They called him the Glove because he was a good defender.
Are gloves known for defending?
No, they're known for...
Well, they protect you against the cold.
There you go, Nick.
I don't need a shield. I have a glove. The sword won't slash through that.
All right, settle down. Let's get to this stupid question. Are we picking cars or racers?
People.
Okay, now the problem is, looking at the website, there's not even any odds yet.
I mean, it's vibes.
Yeah, John, it's just...
I don't know who's running this damn thing.
No, they're racing, John. Running
just
is what
look
I
up
do.
names of people and look up cars and teams.
Oh, my God. Now you're going to make me look...
John, I'll give you some names. All right, Oscar Pistoria. Lando Norris, Max Verstappen, George Russell, Kimi
Antonelli.
Charles Leclerc, Lewis Hamilton, Carlos Sainz.
Yeah, but we're picking the guy who's going to retire first.
I'm going to go with...
In other words, they're gonna right in the middle of the race, they're just going to stop. They're going to grab the microphone. They're going to stand at the start-finish line and say, today, I consider myself...
Lou Gehrig.
Luckiest man
on the face of the earth. I'm going to go with Lance going for a stroll.
Oh, that's not a bad pick.
I know it's not, Nick.
How do you spell that?
Stroll. Stroll.
His daddy owns the team, so he gets to race.
Oh, Nepo, baby.
Yeah.
Nick, who are you picking?
I'm going to go
first to retire.
Gabrielle Bortoleto.
El Bortoleto.
Bortoleto.
Just write Danny Italian, John. We'll figure it out in post.
There's so many Italian drivers.
Never mind, John. We won't figure it out in post.
Let's see.
Did you find the list of drivers yet, John?
Yeah, this dude definitely.
Who's that?
They call him Jack Doo-Doo Head.
Oh, Jack
Doohan.
He's had a slow start to the season, but he's been slowly improving himself.
All right.
It's not easy to race in Formula One. It's the best racing in the world.
We got more crap. What on earth?
It's the Josh. It's
John.
the Children's of Alabama Grand Prix. They're helping a children's hospital.
That's awesome.
And they're racing in a series that's not as good as Formula One.
Is this the Worth 400?
No. This is the Children of Alabama Indy Grand Prix. I'm sorry.
This is IndyCar, not NASCAR.
Oh, there it is, IndyCar. So like Alex Palou, like that guy?
Pick 3, and of course we're picking the winner, so I will go with Palou. I will go Pato O'Wall.
Damn it, that's the name I was going to pick. It's a funny name.
And
racist.
No, Nick. Racist. It's funny.
Wow, what happened to man, Dixon's that low?
Nice.
Yeah, why the hell? Give me Scott Dixon.
I'm going to go with Pato Award. Nice. Marcus Erickson. Oh, wow. I hate how his name is spelled.
Former Formula One driver.
Sure, I guess. Graham Cracker Rahel.
Graham Cracker.
Graham Ray Hall.
Ray Hall. Sure, why not?
Nick.
I'll take Pato. Go McLaren.
Pato.
Scott Dixon because he's old, but he figures it out.
Okay.
And Marcus Erickson.
Okay. And finally, Nick.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening.
Yes, it is NASCAR, the Worth 400. Now, we're going to do it differently this time. We are still picking 3, but we are going to add the finishing total, the finishing result of all 3 of your drivers. Whoever has the lowest score wins.
Okay.
Lowest score wins. That's basically best average finish. So pick 3. Nick, we'll start with you because Josh is going to be confused.
Yeah. Austin Cindric, Chase Elliott, and Denny Hamlin.
So we're picking people we think are going to do well, right?
We should always be picking people.
Right, I just want to make sure.
But remember, if you pick a long shot and your long shot finishes last, that's going to hurt your overall score because we're combining the finishing result of all 3 drivers. Let me go with my boy Kyle
Larson.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kyle Larson. Hamlin's always a
Lewis?
No, pick. And Christopher Bell.
I'm going to go Larson, Hamlin, and Chase Elliott, John.
All right.
And that's predictions.
Larson, Hamlin.
We did it, guys. I missed this. I miss predicting things with my boys.
I miss talking about stupid car racing for 20 minutes.
You're stupid car racing.
Yeah.
By the way, going back to that Les Lancaster Southampton game.
Southampton.
Did you know the
Hello,
combined
Governor.
records of these teams? Leicester City is 4-6-24.
My Lord.
Yikes.
And Southampton is 2-5-27. Are you telling me these teams have tied a combined 51 times?
No, that can't be true, John. I think
That's
that
it's what it says underneath their little logo. It says 4-6-24.
No, they do the draw is the middle number in
Why?
soccer.
Oh my God,
Why?
these people are so stupid.
You don't have to do that.
We did a game of the 2 teams that are literally at the bottom of the EPL table. They are 19th and 20th. They're going to get relegated.
This is ridiculous. These are the same idiots that put the day in front of the month.
They do.
It's 5 May 25.
It makes no
it's
sense.
May the 5th, 2025. This is another reason why we broke away from those boobs.
Nice.
America first.
Oh, some
And
people
make sure you put the month first.
Some people seem to want a king again, though. So
people do like kings, Nick. They do like kings.
You guys do like watching your movies with kings and dwarfs and
yes,
goons and whatever. What are the bad guys called again? The
orcs.
The orcs.
Yeah.
Jeez. All right, coming up, we've got content. Abdul Carter is going to try to get every Giants jersey that's retired, unretired, apparently.
Excellent.
And we have more on the Tyrese Halliburton's dad incident.
And maybe I'll have another surprise bomb to drop on everybody during content.
Can't wait to find out what it is, Nick.
On 1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Oh my God, Twitter X, don't do this.
What happened?
Well, I happened to look over into the trending column, and Harrison Ford was trending.
Oh no.
What happened?
He's okay.
Okay.
He's fine,
Is
John.
it because of the new Captain America movie?
I don't know. It looks like he was doing his he's doing the media tour for Captain America, and people are asking him questions about different things, and ridiculous. Do not scare us like this. He is an American treasure, must be protected at all costs.
Anyway.
All right.
Content.
You don't like Harrison Ford?
No, I
love
do.
Harrison
I just
Ford.
was. I don't ever go look at what's trending. So I miss.
Well, no, it's just I don't usually either, but you kind of see it in the column.
Yeah.
As you're just kind of glancing.
I still
at the
use
screen.
TweetDeck. Remember, John? I'm still hanging out in the TweetDeck world.
I checked out.
I don't care.
I checked out a trending thing today.
Yeah.
Because it was a name I didn't recognize, and I clicked on it, and it was a white lady who used the N-word.
Is she from Boston?
Starting a GoFundMe to protect her
I
family.
saw this story.
Yeah, what the hell?
And she got so much money. Nick, did it give you any ideas?
Oh,
okay. Just asking. Just asking.
That's funny. All right, what do we got?
Take it away, Nick.
Aaron Judge of my fiance's New York Yankees leads MLB with a .427 batting average this season, 71 points higher than the next qualified player. Should we be on Aaron Judge 400 watch?
It's too soon to tell.
Oh, come on, John.
Boo.
Who are you, Farron?
Let's answer this earnestly.
Okay.
At what point do we start taking the pursuit of 400 seriously?
I mean, 427 is insane. Like, it's not that he's at 401 right now, but it is too early to tell. The season is a month old. I would say if he's still over 400 in June, let's start talking about it.
I'm going to wait until August. I seem to recall.
That's boring.
Well, George Brett was one of the last people, and that's been 45 years ago,
ever?
Who threatened 400.
Okay.
And I seem to recall that he was still hanging around the 400 mark in late August. I'm going to say I'll be generous. I'll say if we are at August 1st and he's still hitting over 400, then we'll get on 400 watch.
Okay.
After conversations with the Indiana Pacers front office, Tyrese Halliburton's father, John Halliburton.
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 Will not
Where did you
attend.
get Halliburton from?
John. It's
There's an
because
A in there.
I can't read.
Yeah, we know.
Also, Leicester is pronounced Leicester for some reason. I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, but this isn't a random city in England. This is Tyrese Halliburton.
I do not want to hear about Tyrese
Okay,
Halliburton.
that's fine.
Because his father, John Halliburton, everybody knows his last name, will not attend the team's home and road games for the foreseeable future, a Pacer spokesperson told ESPN. Is this good news?
This is great news, Nick. Get this Yahoo off the floor, waving flags around in Giannis's face after they send them home. Tough look, John. I'd feel like a big dumb idiot if my last name was Halliburton or Halliburton and I had made this decision to do what he did. Bad.
See, this is when you do flex your muscle on fan control, not when fans are just coming to the game and booing the general manager.
Boo.
Oh, fan code of conduct, we can remove you from the arena.
Boo.
That's soft-ass NBA. This is how you're supposed to flex your muscle, because people who sit in those courtside seats, or anybody for that matter, you don't belong on the floor, and I don't care who you are or who you are related to. Unless you're an official or you're a coach or you're a player, you don't belong out there. So this is the right decision.
In Tunnel Talk this morning, Sean Callahan wrote, "Still no word on who the next voice of the Huskers will be, but well over 100 different people have applied for the position. I would expect we would hear something as early as this month." You got any guesses?
John, did you apply?
No, I did not.
Same.
I didn't either.
What?
I know.
I have no idea who it'll be. I really don't.
I kind of think it's going to be somebody that we don't know.
That would
guy.
be because the natural obvious candidates are people who have, dare I say, better gigs.
Lane, you're talking about like a Lane Grindle.
The Lane Grindles.
Yeah. And do we think that they would hire like
the Jeff Culhanes? I don't know if Jeff would come back.
Yeah, would Jeff leave Florida State? Yeah. I mean, is that a lateral move? People would be asking that question. And then you got like the guys who do baseball, right? You have Ben, you have Nick, you have Nate who does the softball matches. Would they do? I imagine that those three have applied for it. Would they be interested in doing that? John, I'm going to predict that it is somebody that most, if not all, the people in this state do not know the name of. It's going to be somebody from a different gig, and we're all going to get to learn who they are when the hiring happens.
Andrew just reminded me of someone, and
Who's
I was going to make mention of this last week because he was on a recent Dale Jr. download.
I love Dale Jr.
Rick Allen, a.k.a. Rick Schwieger, former PA voice of the Huskers and longtime NASCAR voice on Fox and NBC, is currently a free agent. Now, would he want to see? The thing is, he's got a pretty decent life for himself in North Carolina, and and we talked about this earlier with Jack Mitchell. This is going to be a full-time deal. This isn't going to be just, hey, do 13 games or whatever and then pop out. I mean, unless they are some other kind of a package deal, it sounds like they want to have basically a guy to do exactly what Greg did for them, and that is football, baseball, and the nightly show, and work full-time with the network. So, Rick would be an interesting choice.
Wait, is Rick the White Sox guy? Did we have him on before?
No. I don't think we've never had Rick on before.
Because who did we have on from Chicago that I thought also covered NASCAR? Or am I thinking of somebody else?
You're thinking of somebody else.
I'm thinking of somebody else. Andrew says he's a runner. I love this guy. Is he on Strava?
Too bad the podcast is dead.
Wow, Nick, it's just going away for a little bit. It's not dead.
That's what I said about
you had a wake for it last night. It's dead.
Yeah, I guess it is. Is this Rick Allen guy on Strava? I'm going to see if I can. Where does he live, John?
I think he's in North Carolina.
There's a guy named Rick Allen who's in Kentucky. Probably not him.
Don't believe that's him.
Okay.
Follow that guy anyway. Just see what happens.
All right.
As Mr. Yogurt said yesterday in a tweet, turf replacement has begun at Memorial Stadium. This particular field turf was only put in 2022. What are your favorite memories of the turf that's being replaced?
Oh, man, you got some good ones in there, some absolute doozies. How about the time that Scott Frost coached his last game against Georgia Southern, and then I got fired the next day, thus wasting an entire season because Trev didn't can him when he should have after 2021. Don't forget about the time that they blew that Maryland game in 2023 for no reason whatsoever other than they just decided they didn't want to win that day. Those are the first two games that come to my mind.
Well, let's see. What would be the best win on that turf?
Best win.
Colorado.
Colorado.
Probably.
Yeah, for sure. That was fun.
I think, Memorial Stadium, Husker football, it's all about families. And to me, the best moment on that turf was when we were reminded of the deep affection and love of family when Scott Frost and his wife walked off the field hand in hand.
Got him.
That's my best.
They loved each other. They love each other.
Yeah. Spring ball is done. It's May. Can we finally turn our undivided attention to baseball, both college and pro?
Of course.
Thank you.
I'm going to read. I'm finishing a book this weekend, I think. And, I'm excited for the summer. It's going to be great.
Baseball.
Can't wait to wear shorts and a T-shirt every day. What? I'm wearing a hoodie today.
You are.
This is despicable behavior by the weather.
Well, can't win them all.
At least the snow is done.
You moron.
Nice.
Now it's going to snow tomorrow.
Rick Pitino is going to face the team that he once led to a national championship. St. John's will meet Kentucky in the CBS Sports Classic next December. Are you looking forward to this exciting matchup, Josh?
You know what? I'll honestly say this is pretty cool. He's played Kentucky before, of course. He was the head coach of Louisville for many, many years. I like this. Yeah, as long as there's not football on, I'll have it on in the background while I read a book. Sure. John, are you interested? You'll probably be at a Creighton game.
Yeah. I mean, it'll make a great story. Keep in mind, that's 3 jobs ago. It's not like he's playing Louisville, the place where he got fired from because he was doing wrong things.
This is unreal. He just wanted to provide his players with entertainment.
No, he did do that.
Oh, yeah, he
did do that. I wonder if he'll bring out the white suit again. Oh, it's the magic of the white suit. He looks like a pimp. Ooh.
Remember when we discussed Lawrence Taylor refusing Abdul Carter's request to unretire number 56?
Mm-hmm.
I remember that. I totally remember that.
Yeah.
Was I here?
I don't know.
We talked about that?
I don't know.
Well, now Phil Simms is considering unretiring his number 11 to allow Carter to wear the same number he wore in college. Isn't this all just stupid?
Yes, it is stupid. Phil, don't do it. Let Abdul Carter pick a different number. He can make a legacy in a different number. You earned that retirement. You won a Super Bowl. You went through a lot. People thought that was one of the dumbest draft picks of all time when they picked you.
I wish it would have been.
So, no, people should not be unretiring their numbers. I could understand if it's for your kid, like when Johnny unretired number 20 for Terry Rogers. That I could see. But if your number is retired, it should be there on permanent basis, and no, it should not be brought out of retirement. Find your own number, Abdul.
Yeah, again, we talked about this the other day. You know, retiring numbers should be a permanent thing. It should be something that you do and you leave done. And so I never know why they're doing this. Is there pressure? Is it pressure from Carter? Is it pressure from Giants fans? Like, Phil Simms had a great career. His number should remain retired. No, Nick.
No. Okay.
No.
4-time Formula One world champion Max Verstappen welcomed his first child, a daughter, into the world yesterday. Also, did I mention his partner, Kelly, is also the daughter of 3-time Formula One champion Nelson Piquet? Will this baby be the next legendary F1 driver in 17 years?
Nick, I thought that when you started saying someone such and such is pregnant, I thought you were going to say, just like my fiance and I are also
congratulations,
pregnant.
Nick.
That's no.
Can they take over the name of young Schrodinger Grim? Remember, there was going to be Schrodinger Peterson, Nick.
There's no baby.
Can
there's
Nick
no
have
child.
8 kids like I was going to have 8 kids,
Grim.
John, back in the day?
No children.
Nick, I'm
No
so
babies.
happy for you. Congrats. I mean, out of wedlock.
No
but
kids.
Congratulations
No
on
kids.
Yeah, but at least they are engaged, so there is that.
Yeah, somewhat sin.
I just
I'm
wanted
proud
to
of you, Nick. You knew where to put it. Congratulations.
I want to talk about Formula One, and you guys do this.
What? Talk about how you're going to be
Well,
a dad?
I'm not
I
gonna
believe
be a
it was
dad.
the exact same question you used yesterday to announce your engagement. So
No,
we
it
figured you were
wasn't.
just going in the.
Yeah, he
Well-
told me he had the big game feels in his tum-tum before he announced it yesterday.
I did. I was all tingly everywhere. I thought I was going to have a heart attack.
I think the tingly you were everywhere is why you're a father now. Or at
I
least soon
guarantee
to be.
she wasn't tingling.
All
There's no children.
right, Nick, it's time to get to what's for dinner.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
People we know watch this show.
I know, isn't it great?
There's no kids.
Oh, are you not? Are we just doing?
I mean, I'm getting there. I have to- It's on the same.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up. And then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
We're going to celebrate the beginning of sports summer with hot dogs.
Oh, that sounds fun.
I love
Hot dogs and sausages.
Nice.
They're just finishing up on the grill. I can smell them, which is a blessing and more of a blessing than you know, because at least I'm not smelling my cast.
That's true. That's a great point.
Don't know yet, but we are going to come back to the area around midnight because they're doing The Mummy at the...
Yeah, Nick's going to see The Mummy tonight, John. How
Hell
tight
yeah.
is that?
At midnight. It's the Midnight Mummy.
So Andy asked, did Josh have breakfast for dinner the other night? No, that was supposed to be last night, but then the surprise party happened, and all I had for dinner there, or I had cake there.
It was good cake.
And then I came home, and we had chicken Caesar wraps late at night before we watched TV. Tonight, I'm going to do breakfast for dinner because I am home alone, and so I control my dinner, and thus it's something easy.
Maybe there's another party waiting for you at home.
Though, shout out to my friend Aaron, who was unable to make it last night, but he did deliver a card. Popeyes gift card.
Nice.
Oh, man, it's like giving away death.
No, it's not.
Here's this wonderful gift card. Die waiting in line for your order to be processed.
Thank you, Aaron. I wish I could take advantage of it tonight, but I got to bring the lawnmower home, and so I'll have that probably next week.
Josh wishes he could take care of it tonight, too, but we all know he would have had to have ordered it 2 years ago to have it taken care of tonight.
Sad. So I'll probably do that next Tuesday, maybe.
Nice.
Yeah,
we had a frozen pizza last night.
Frozen pizza.
That's good.
After I saw you?
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. And that's dinner.
There's the Grum. There's the Grum for the week. What a week it has been.
Holy God, John. This has been a crazy week. Remember the first day back for you? You were at a doctor's office for half the show.
Half the show. It was like 20 minutes.
Half the crossover.
Yeah, we were driving and we tried to wanted to watch the crossover on the way, and there was no John. It was just Happer and Josh.
Let's all vow to have a safe, injury-free weekend, and that we don't do anything that causes next week's Grums to be disrupted in any way, shape, or form.
Those are great ideas, John.
I am on board with those ideas.
All right.
Wow, next week we're all going to be back. We're all going to be back together all week, right?
Yeah.
Next week?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, John will be in Lincoln, but yeah, we'll do the show.
Cool.
We'll be here.
Yep.
Nice. First time in a
The
while.
Grum rolls on. Yes, it is. The Grum rolls on. Have a great weekend, everybody.
John, you have a great weekend.
Oh, Josh, you have a great weekend.
Nick, you have a great weekend.
Oh.
Nick, you have a great weekend.
Oh, John, you have a great weekend.
Josh, you have a great weekend.
John, you have a great weekend.
People, you people.
Have a great weekend. Bye.
Bye.